Between 20,000 and 40,000 years ago, humans in Europe entered into a dark and foreboding gloom, lit their animal fat-fueled lamps, and proceeded to produce artistic masterpieces that, when rediscovered millennia later, led Pablo Picasso to declare modern art had invented nothing. The subterranean gloom encountered by these early artists was nothing substantially different from their everyday existence on the surface above. Outside these caves, in the open air of a world existing under a chaotic void-like sky, mankind's early ancestors are reported in myth to have lived in a perpetual twilight, devoid of our current sun. Their world, according to many ancient creation accounts, was permeated by a dull glow that provided barely enough light in which to read your average Paleolithic newspaper. Eduardo Cardona, in a chapter in his book Godstar, titled The Age of Darkness, points to comments made by P. Wheeler on the Japanese creation myth that indicate the universal nature of the Kronos-Saturn myth as the main construct in this primordial age of darkness. In the earliest legend with which the recital opens, one recognizes the primal myth, the development from a primordial darkness of chaos. This is the Kronos legend in its 1,000 forms, the father of all mythologies, upon which so many peoples have constructed their cosmogonies, while also providing many direct quotes from various world creation myths, including Jewish literature. Cardona cites H. Osborne, whose work on South American mythology also recognized this primeval age of darkness theme. Some mythological cycles feature a primitive age of darkness before the existence of the sun, when human beings lived in a state of anarchy without the techniques of civilized life, an age before the existence of the sun. As noted by Cardona, which descriptions may leave the reader with the mistaken impression that without the sun there was no light at all. Yet this is not quite the case in mythology, and the same creation myths point to the existence of at least a modest amount of light before the coming of the sun, albeit from a different source to our sun. That source was Saturn, the ancient creator god, in his myriad of forms throughout world mythology, and conclusively identified with the planet Saturn. This celestial Saturn was the very same small and weak raven character in the Eskimo creation myth. The light of our current sun, as a rule, is not essential to life. Microbial life can exist in a sunless environment, as can species of deep sea life. While photosynthesis in vegetation works best in the darker red light spectrum, rather than the harsh and bright ultraviolet light of the sun, so it is not inconceivable that life on Earth, as we know it, could have existed and even flourished in a predominantly nocturnal world, provided there was some form of radiated red spectrum light or energy. Most species of animal, including those now long extinct, exhibit high degrees of nocturnal adaptation. Of all the higher creatures currently inhabiting the Earth, human beings are probably the least adapted to a nocturnal environment. Yet traditional mythologies remember a time of darkness stretching out into an unknown antiquity, a time in which the god Saturn, in all his manifestations, was small and weak, a mere shadow of the creative force he was destined to become. As mankind's first remembered source of light, long before the coming of the sun, Saturn is said to have cast its pale light on a world without seasons and devoid of any means for humans to calculate time. Locked in a stationary post that is reported in mythology to have been at the northern celestial realms, the primordial Saturn seemingly drifted aimlessly through the skies on a chaotic heavenly milieu resembling the ebb and flow of a dark ocean. In this state of affairs that is referred to in the opening verses of Genesis, when darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. Our conclusion here is that Saturn's primordial source of a dim, timeless light was a dully glowing sub-brown dwarf star, of which Earth was one of its primary and original satellites, and the Earth was nestled close enough to its original host star to have been enveloped in Saturn's opaque and warming plasma sheath. For humans alive on Earth at this time, there would have been no reference to the greater cosmos, and therefore no reference to any moving celestial object with which they could have marked the passage of time. This was a timeless age in which the dim blue-red light spectrum emanating from Saturn would have cast a dark purple-hued glow over the Earth's surface. This, then, was mankind's purple dawn of creation. Electric universe physicist Wallace Thornhill has suggested that planets orbiting closely to brown dwarf stars would be the best place to go looking for life as we know it outside the solar system. This is a possibility under the EU model because all types of stars, including brown dwarfs, are explained as an electric discharge phenomenon taking place where vast cosmic and electrically live Birkeland currents entwine and pinch down into what is called a Z-pinch, also known as a Bennett pinch. Discovered over 100 years ago, Birkeland currents, or the filamentary gas strings of twisting plasma ropes seen in space, are viewed in the EU model as the galaxy's power lines, feeding electrical power to all of the stars we see in the shining night sky.
Almost of great confusion and upheaval. The entire system moved through and became blood red and vanished. If we take the testimony of the ancients as a literal description of actual events, the events would have looked like this. The Earth moved in a congregation of planets appearing as immense forms in the sky. Saturn was seen as a huge, stationary body at the celestial pole. Venus appeared squarely in the center of Saturn, and Mars appeared inside of Venus. Jupiter was there also, but hidden by Saturn. The entire system moved through a diffuse cloud of gas, illuminated by our sun. On Earth, this meant that there was no clear distinction of day and night. At an early juncture, gaseous material or dust stretched from Venus towards Saturn. In periods of stability, these radiating streams appeared as a three-pointed and a four-pointed star-like pattern. Over time, the surrounding cloud dissipated. A more clearly defined cycle of day and night began. A bright crescent appeared on Saturn, created by light from our sun. As the Earth rotated on its axis, the crescent visually turned around the polar center. The smaller planet Mars was progressively destabilized and appeared to descend from its central position as it moved closer to the Earth. It returned to the central position
nine times.
then descended still further, growing larger with each descent.
Perhaps why 9 is a divine number.
When it visually dropped below Venus, a stream of material was seen stretching between Mars and Venus. As it continued to descend, gas and dust began to extend towards Earth.
I heard that
Lateral
it
displacements
rose and
of both
sank
Venus
9
and Mars
times.
occurred. Gas, ice, and debris spiraled between the two planets. Eventually, the spiraling material gathered into a band encircling Venus. As the planetary system moved through space, the appearance of the band changed dramatically. The vertical movements of Mars continued. Atmosphere and other material stretching toward the Earth with each descent.
Kelly's tongue.
Eventually, this material reached the Earth with disastrous effects.
Yeah, but Mars lost its atmosphere. It's just a surmise, but I mean, it'd be as good a time as any, wouldn't it?
When the skies cleared, Mars was seen moving away, a stream of gas and dust stretching upward, with Mars appearing as the apex of the illuminated column. The band encircling Venus gradually opened. The four streams of comet-like material radiated once more from Venus.
Well, I was studying for the pop quiz at the end.
and material stretching from Mars to Earth
You
retreated up the
fool!
polar axis.
That's Kali, Shiva, the tongue.
The stable period of Saturn's domination ended with the collapse of the planetary configuration. Jupiter appeared for the first time as Saturn tumbled from its stationary position.
There's a new sheriff in town.
These events were followed by a period of great confusion and upheaval. With the displacement of Venus, the band and radiating material collapsed, spiraling between Venus and Mars, then scattering into whirl-like patterns. There was a temporary renewal of the configuration, now visually dominated by Jupiter. And only later did the configuration fall apart. The planet new, more remote equilibrium. And the world slipped into a winter, lasting for years. Icelandic, Aztec, Babylonian. Every ancient culture seems to have remembered an event called the end of the world.
Yeah, it would have been the end of the world too. That's what we would think, wouldn't we? It's pretty
The hero
awesome.
was born from the
I'm gonna
womb
stop it
of
for a
another
minute.
goddess, and wore the goddess
I
as
got a few
crown.
people here to talk with. The good stuff's still coming, so
He grew a beard.
oh shoot, maybe I just let this play. I'll let it play a little longer.
His tongue protruded. He took the form of a dagger or peg, plunged into the below. The hero consorted with the goddess, re-entering the goddess womb as the impregnating seed, then emerging again in a new incarnation, as both the goddess and the hero broke away from their original axial positions. The reborn Mars wore a spiraling sidelock, which was the goddess herself now taking on her serpentine aspect. Hero and goddess engaged in a spiraling dance about the cosmic center.
Okay, I'm just going to pause it for a second. Are you guys there?
Watered by the four rivers, this was the land of the gods, resting on the summit of the world mountain, a bright crescent forming the horned peak. Nothing in the silent motions of Venus or Mars, or the gas giants Jupiter and Saturn, will ever explain the thunderbirds, or winged bulls, or flaming dragons, or any of the preposterous ideas our ancestors attached to these powers. It was said of the witch's hair that it could bring rain, hail, wind, and lightning. Exactly what ancient nations said of the comet. So too the witch's broom. From Europe to Asia, the clump of grass or straw or feathers, the primitive broom or whisk, was an acknowledged symbol of the comet, the planet Venus. In later Babylonian astronomy, the planet Venus was still remembered as the lamenting star. It was called the witch star. In the Americas, Aztec histories remembered Venus as the great feathered serpent, and they called Venus the smoking star, the very phrase they used for a comet. The stargazers of Peru knew Venus as Chaska, the long-haired star, the most common phrase for the comet among ancient peoples. The name for the planets came from the Romans. In unison, Roman poets and historians insisted that in a former time Saturn had ruled as a god king, producing a paradise on earth. It would be almost impossible to overstate the power of this memory among the different cultures. For the Babylonians, the Hebrews, and the Greeks, the most sacred day of the week was the Sabbath, a ritual remembrance of the lost epoch. And in each of these cultures, this holiest day was the day of Saturn, the Latin Saturnidis, or Saturn's Day, the Celtic day of Ceter, our Saturday.
Interesting.
But the Golden Age did not last. In the myths of Quetzalcoatl, of Ra, and of An, of Kronos and of Saturn, the Golden Age does not just come to an end. It ends violently. Of the Golden Age arrives the feared comet, the dragon of darkness, the fall into the cosmic night, the clash of the titans. All of the symbols of doomsday.
Died horrible deaths.
The mountain of Mars became the mooring post of the turning sky. The column of wind or water rising along the world axis. Pillar of the cosmos, with its four extensions holding aloft the world wheel. But the ancient paradise did not last. The hero spirited away the goddess, or stole the heart of the universal monarch, who tumbled from the summit of heaven. Golden
I
Age
can't
gave
even
way to the
imagine
cosmic
that.
night, when the hordes of chaos were set loose and the doomsday dragon moved about in the sky, a monster created by the twisting forms of Venus and Mars. It was then that the terrible goddess appeared with wildly disheveled hair, lamenting the death of the universal monarch. In the events that follow, the hero will subdue the dragon or pacify the raging goddess. The universal monarch's own son, Jupiter, will be installed in the center of the sky. But the universal monarch has departed, and with his death comes the end of the Golden Age.
All that remain are fragments of a collective memory, and hidden deep in the human psyche, a sense of something irrevocably lost, and yet eternally yearned for, a paradise when heaven and earth were one. The death of this paradise was the birth of myth.
I never get tired of this show. It's really good. Really, really good.
For several decades now, our probes have explored the heavens, returning messages that challenge our long-held assumptions. Where we expected answers, we found mysterious contradictions. But our expectations were based on an intellectual fiction, the idea of the uneventful solar system. Can we allow for the possibility that our ancestors experienced extraordinary cosmic events, events we've simply forgotten? If we allow this idea, even as a possibility, we are inviting a revolution. One discovery will lead inexorably to another, and our entire perspective on the past and the future will be forever changed.
Of Egypt and the rest of these things that he showed us, all from mythology, all from thousands of years ago. These things clearly were seen by civilizations that never talked to each other from the far corners of the earth. It all just clicked together like a three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle in my mind.
A breakthrough for me came when I realized that many different cultures spread around the world use different words, different symbols, different myths to describe precisely the same formations in the sky. The Ouroboros, or celestial serpent biting its tail, for example, occurs on every habitable continent, but it has no ties to the world we now observe. Like all of the archetypes, it is part of an alien sky. A cosmic column rising to the center of the sky, holding aloft the wheel of heaven. And much more than a wheel, because this was the revolving cosmic temple, the city of the gods, the kingdom of heaven, always resting on the cosmic column. Then there's the image of the four rivers or pathways radiating from the center of the sky out to the boundary, the rim of the wheel. The simplest forms lead you invariably to the full story of world mythology. The hero's journey unfolds as the story of the wheel's axle. The mother goddess finds her identity in the star at the summit.
His sword and battle axe are resting next to him. The length of the skeleton is 4.5 yards, and the teeth of the big man are measured at 6.5 inches long and 2 broad." End quote. Adding to the evidence verifying the existence of giants are numerous gigantic fossilized footprints. For example, an imprint of a human foot 80 centimeters or 2.5 feet in length has been unearthed in Tanzania. Similar footprints of a slightly smaller size, about 50 centimeters or 1.5 feet, were found in the Nevada desert, left approximately 250 million years ago. A series of handprints was found next to traces of dinosaurs near a village in Turkmenistan. The height of the giant that left them is estimated at about 5 meters, almost 16.5 feet, and lived 150 million years ago. A human tooth 5 times larger than an ordinary man's tooth was found in Hong Kong in 1935. A 60 centimeter or 2 foot high human skull with 2 rows of teeth was found in Alaska in 1950. And a 50-foot long petrified human skeleton, that's 15 meters folks, was found in Mongolia in 1999. The sheer plethora of evidence allows us to state unequivocally that giants did indeed once exist. But whether they were a single people who settled all over the earth or belonged to different races, this is a question which scientists have yet to unambiguously answer. But if giants really existed, and not only in myth and legend, then it stands to reason that other traces of their lives should also exist. For example, architectural structures and other such objects. In the opinion of a number of scientists, the numerous megalithic objects that have been discovered all over the Earth serve as proof of the prior existence of giants. Even in our time, with modern technology, it is extremely difficult to build such monumental objects, and tens or even hundreds of thousands of years ago, without some kind of mechanical lifting mechanisms, it seems that it would have been virtually impossible. And yet, they exist. This is the famous Baalbek Terrace located in Lebanon near Beirut. 3 huge stone slabs, each weighing about 800 tons, are embedded in its base. The plates are identical and fit together so seamlessly that one cannot even insert the blade of a knife between them. Researchers calculated that to install just one such stone block, 21 meters wide and 54 meters long, would require the simultaneous effort of at least 35,000 people. Who, how, and why did they do it? Handwritten Arabic treatises say that the structure was built as a temple of Jupiter, and that the giant beings built it on the orders of King Nimrod just after the flood. The ancient city of Teotihuacan, the City of Gods, is located 31 miles from Mexico City and is an entire complex of huge stone blocks. According to the most common historical version of events, the city was built by giants to turn people into gods. Its layout resembles a model of the solar system. From the central temple, which embodies the sun, at appropriate distances are the planet temples, even including Pluto, which modern astronomers only discovered in 1930. This means that the inhabitants of this site somehow already knew a great deal of astronomy, even at that ancient time. Regarding objects that giants might have built, scholars also include the Egyptian Sphinx, the English Stonehenge, the stone figures of Easter Island, and the Tibetan City of the Gods. Not only are these structures themselves amazing, but also their geometrical connection with each other. For example, a line drawn from the Tibetan City of Gods to the Egyptian Sphinx, if continued, leads directly to Easter Island. And another line from the City of Gods through the Mexican pyramids also goes to Easter Island. These 2 lines delineate 1/4 of the Earth's surface, and a line drawn from the City of the Gods to Stonehenge divides this quarter exactly in half. And what about modern people who are giants? One view is that the life and then disappearance of these giants is related to some cosmic cataclysm. There is evidence that hundreds of millions of years ago, a huge asteroid approached our planet, and the dimensions of this asteroid exceeded those of our present-day moon. It's postulated that it became a satellite of the Earth,
Just
and
didn't
because
have
of
the
this,
imagination
the gravity in
for
our
it.
planet was significantly weakened. It was then that the giants appeared and developed a fairly advanced civilization. Hundreds of thousands or even millions of years later, this satellite descended from its orbit and disintegrated, its debris falling to the Earth. Survivors of the disaster, through mutation and adaptation, decreased in size as the gravity on the planet had suddenly increased dramatically. In addition, the ozone layer of
that
the
right.
atmosphere decreased sevenfold, increasing the negative impact of solar radiation. Now, a smaller body meant less total surface area and thus a lesser exposure to the sun's radiative effects. Some researchers have ascertained that before the catastrophe, the Earth's atmosphere contained 1.5 times as much oxygen as now. Large animals thrive with more oxygen, and this helps explain the fossil record of all the giant animals and plants characteristic of that time, which obviously would also be beneficial to giant humanoids. After the disaster, the size of the giants gradually decreased. According to some well-known anthropologists, such as Christopher Bohm and Franz Weidenreich, before the explosion and fall of the satellite asteroid, the Asuras, inhabitants of the legendary continent of Lemuria, reached a height of 50 meters or 160 feet. As a result of the catastrophe, the continent divided, and the once united race of giants were now isolated from each other. The successors of the Asuras were 18 meters tall, that's about 60 feet, and their successors 6 meters, or about 20 feet tall. As a result of these new environmental conditions in the world, the giants in many areas died out. But in some areas they managed to survive, at least until the 16th century. Of course, such a theory runs counter to the teachings of Darwin, but it is this theory that most plausibly explains the existence of the giants. What do you think? Let's discuss this fascinating topic in the comments under the video. Thank you.
So the ancient comet fears is going to run into the work of Immanuel Velikovsky, the controversial theorist who suggested that, well, there's a reason for the fears of comets around the world. We experienced this horrific cometary catastrophe. The world was devastated by a comet just a few thousand years ago. And Velikovsky went further. He said that not that long ago, planets appeared in the sky with comet-like attributes. In particular, he named the planet Venus as the great comet of antiquity. Both Walt Thornhill and I disagreed with many components of Velikovsky's reconstruction, but we also felt that Velikovsky had nailed certain principles that can help us to understand the early cultures. In particular, Velikovsky was correct in naming the planet Venus as the Great Comet. And the cometary language of Venus goes far beyond anything that Velikovsky himself published. In every corner of the world, the language of the comet and the language of Venus are identical. Blasphemy. Venus as serpent or dragon. Venus as torch of the sky. Venus as long-haired star. Venus as bearded star. The Sumerian goddess Inanna was identified as Venus. She was the Lady of Life. But in her terrible aspect, she became a dragon-like flame in the sky. The texts say, like a dragon, you have deposited venom on the land, raining the fanned fire down upon the nation. Inanna became a roaring storm. She devastated the land. Mankind comes before you in fear and trembling at your tempestuous radiance, the texts say. Inanna's Babylonian counterpart Ishtar was also identified as Venus. She was the shining torch of heaven and earth. Furious and irresistible onslaught. I rain down like flames, the goddess announces. The Egyptian goddess Sekhmet has the same attributes. She takes the form of the fiery Uraeus serpent. She becomes a flame of fire in her tempest, a star scattering its flame in fire. Sekhmet herself says, "The fear of me is in their hearts, and the awe of me is in their hearts. No one at all can approach her," the coffin heads say. The streams behind her are flames of fire. The astonishing fact is that goddesses everywhere exhibit this terrifying and cometary aspect. The Canaanite Anat, the Hindu Kali and Durga, the Greek Aphrodite, Athena, Medusa, and countless others. And of course, you can add numerous counterparts in the New World, from the Incan goddess Chaska to the Aztec goddess Xochiquetzal to the legendary Nokomis of North American Indian tribes. The serpent or dragon is an unexplained mythical archetype. There's nothing like it anywhere in the biological world. And yet the same recurring features will be found in cultures the world over. The dragon's disheveled hair and shaggy beard. Its knotted aspect and its worldwide appearance as entwined twins. Its fiery or lightning-like emanations and its effusive feathers. In all of the ancient serpent or dragon images, it's the luminous, filamentary, braided, spiraling, metamorphosing, and destructive aspects that stand out.
Okay, what do you say? Hey, Rocky! What do you guys think of that, huh? Is that good stuff or what? I think so.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like the fact you're not afraid to step up and call out different authors.
Oh, yeah, well, sure.
And their works.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it's important to me that they get the props, you know?
I agree.
Yeah.
I went round and round with Dee and their Bacon Spear and the gang, DeVille.
Yeah, I was just, I really wanted to stay on the subject of this right here, though. I just want to see who's in the chat room for real quick here. Buried Axeblade, Ray Carr, Spooky Tooth, Prime, Spooky Mink Overground, Buried Axeblade, and NDH, Ancient History Criticism. What do you guys think? You like this stuff or what? Wolf Council, Circlick is always cool. And that's it. No, Nick's here. Is Nick here? Nick, are you here? Medusa, hello. He might, that are like stone hearts that it's
no,
just.
And other people would.
Yeah, but this over, Greg. That's I absolutely love that tune. Yeah.
You like
and,
it?
Variation and guitar there and whatever. Yeah, totally. It's
century.
Welcome to Space News from the Electric Universe, brought to you by the Thunderbolts Project at thunderbolts.info. On this series, we have recently presented reports that challenge some of the bedrock beliefs about the history of our planet, our solar system, and the universe as a whole. When it comes to our own world, the fundamental belief system shaping all of modern geology and astronomy is uniformitarianism, or the notion that changes in nature happen incrementally over eons of time. It's the position of the Thunderbolts Project that evidence from increasingly fine data in numerous specialized fields only confirms the hypothesis of recent catastrophic events on our planet and in the inner solar system. In this episode, Bishop Nicholas Sykes explores the question, is our history far different from that which official science proposes?
My previous videos in this series have considered the serious possibility of the science of the modern schools being wrong in areas of cosmology and physics about such diverse topics and phenomena as black holes, the Oort cloud, the composition and genesis of comets, the model of magnetic reconnection, the way the sun and other stars are powered, and Einsteinian relativity, including its restriction of the speed of gravity to the supposed maximum possible speed of electromagnetic radiation in vacua. Science, however, is a broad subject. Indeed, one might adduce from the above, and far from exhaustive catalogue of contradictions that my colleagues and I are claiming that the whole enterprise of science is flawed in principle. It is necessary to deny that deduction categorically. In my view, what we are claiming is that human intellectual and moral error have, especially during the last 100 years, brought about grave flaws in that intellectual structure that in the second decade of the 21st century is being presented in the schools and in the media as settled science. One basic mistake is to ignore the reality that any science may only be regarded meaningfully as settled, and only tentatively at that, when its various theories continue to be open to being tested by experiment and observation. Any science theory claiming that further investigation into it is closed has by that claim unsettled itself. If some new observational or experimental discovery is considered to disturb what was formerly regarded as settled, then the true scientific method will seek to find further resources of observation or experimentation to investigate the issue. Too often one perceives those in their settled science castles pulling up the drawbridges as if new observations, experiments, and science models must be science's enemies, rather than having the possibilities of bringing health and renewal to the great structure of science and science education that our generation is called to bequeath to the future. One of the most long-standing such settled science castles is that model of the Earth's history that may be referred to as Lyellian uniformitarianism. Charles Lyell, 1797 to 1875, who preceded Charles Darwin, 1809 to 1882, and upon whose thought Darwin came to draw, accepting, one supposes, the Newtonian impression of a solar system that had run like clockwork for all of history, laid down the view that whatever past changes had ever been brought about in nature would have been essentially no different than what was observable in the present. And it seemed obvious that in the present time, natural changes were slow. Lyell's model of natural change in course of time overtook older models of catastrophic change accepted by many researchers, and particularly by Georges Cuvier, 1769 to 1832. In more recent times, models of punctuated evolution have been proposed by Stephen Jay Gould and others, but the conditions driving such punctuation are still assumed to have occurred only in periods of time before humans existed. It is therefore by no means altogether surprising that the electric universe model, which envisages catastrophic changes not only before the advent of man, or even only in man's prehistory, but actually within the historical period, has found the drawbridges being drawn up against its advance into the halls of academia. Catastrophe that is long ago and far away is one thing, but the possibility of catastrophe within human history is quite another. Once we accept that, who knows what the geological clock might begin to reveal about our own history, or indeed suggest about the future. Notwithstanding all this, the model of Lyellian uniformitarianism, if we are prepared to be scientific about the matter, should, in the name of science, be subjected to fresh scrutiny. Might not the EU model, which does encompass recent catastrophic change, be a means of renewing the science of our current geological and evolutionary outlook? For the science story of our own day, sticking to a centuries-old uniformitarianism has given us the mantra of no natural catastrophes for billions of years. The electric universe account, on the other hand, tells that such catastrophes must have occurred even within the lifespan of humanity. Let us, at the very least, put the two accounts head to head, ponder the matter, and learn.
For continuous updates on space news from the electric universe, stay tuned to thunderbolts.info.
Measure the outside. What's on the inside? Oh, yes, that was a lot of fun. Oh, yes. Hold on a seckie. I got to get everything here for a second. Put this on briefly. What is that? Nope, it's not that. Oh, okay. It was a slide. All right, I'll just be one second. Let's check this out.
Saturn's golden age,
I haven't seen it in a minute.
the age that man later called the age of Kronos, is remembered with nostalgia as an age of bliss. References to the age of Kronos in ancient lore are very numerous. Hesiod tells of a golden race of mortal men who lived in the time of Kronos when he was reigning in heaven, and they lived like gods without sorrow of heart, remote and free from toil. Miserable age rested not on them. The fruitful earth unforced bare them fruit abundantly and without stint. They dwelt in ease and peace upon their lands with many good things. Similarly, writes Ovid in the 6th book of his Metamorphoses, in the beginning was the Golden Age, when men of their own accord, without threat of punishment, without laws, maintained good faith, and did what was right. The earth itself, without compulsion, untouched by the hoe, unfurrowed by any share, produced all things spontaneously. It was a season of everlasting spring. Rabbinical sources recount that men lived under very favorable conditions before the deluge, and that these contributed to their sinfulness. They knew neither toil nor care, and as a consequence of their extraordinary prosperity, they grew insolent. The dominance of Saturn at some remote period in the history of life of the peoples on Earth was of such pronounced and all-pervading character that the question arises whether the adventures of the planet going through many exploits could by itself be the full cause of the worship of the planet and the naming of the Golden Age, the age of Kronos, Saturn. Saturn exploded and caused the Earth to go through the greatest of its historical catastrophes, and this was completely sufficient to make of Saturn the supreme deity. But it appears that the age of Saturn is a name for the epoch before the deluge. After the deluge, Saturn, dismembered, almost ceased to exist as a planetary body, and when at length it was reconstituted, it was fettered by rings and was far from being the dominant celestial body that would behoove it as the supreme deity of the epoch. The age of Kronos is so glorious an age that it is hardly thinkable to connect it with the period after the deluge. The wailing for Adonis, Tammuz of the Babylonians, or Osiris of the Egyptians, deplored the end of its dominance, not the beginning of it. Then why was Saturn the supreme deity by whose name the great and glorious age before the deluge was named? Because it removed Uranus from its role of chief deity, and to the onlookers on Earth emasculated him. If the distances between the Earth and Saturn and Uranus were then what they are now, then such occurrences could scarcely be observable. Uranus is only faintly visible in the night sky over Mesopotamia in a most translucent night. Saturn is clearly visible, but is not, for an unaided eye, a spectacle in the sky. It was more voluminous and more luminous before the deluge, but if it moved on an orbit not too different from the present one, a 30-year-long orbit could make the inhabitants of the Earth on its 1-year-long orbit regard it as the supreme of all celestial bodies in the sky. The appellative sun employed for Saturn could be explained by its unusual brightness when it exploded as a nova for a short time, actually for 7 days before the beginning of the deluge on Earth, assuming the length of the day in those times to have been not too dissimilar from its present value, the velocity of the moving masses being in the order of 100 kilometers a second, or 8,600,000 kilometers in a 24-hour period, and the Earth and Saturn being on the closest points of their reciprocal orbits, or in conjunction, which is another surmise, in 7 days a distance of circa 60 million kilometers would be covered. On present orbits, the distance between Saturn and Earth varies from 1,279 million kilometers at superior conjunction and 1,578 million kilometers at opposition. The lesser of these distances is circa 21 times greater than that above calculated. This means also that unless the velocity of the ejected water was an order of magnitude greater than 100 kilometers per second, the distance between Saturn and Earth must have been substantially smaller than it is at present. I have rather arbitrarily selected a figure of 100 kilometers a second for the motion of the exploded material. Today, the escape velocity, or the speed required for a projectile on the surface of Saturn to leave the gravitational attraction of the planet, is but 35 kilometers a second. For Jupiter, the escape velocity is 59 kilometers a second. Assuming that Saturn was a mass equal to that of Jupiter, the same figure would apply to it too. With 100 kilometers a second, we have almost double the velocity of escape. The arbitrariness of the assumption of such velocity for our calculations is obvious, but if the set of figures is not too far from what they actually were, the conclusion would be that of Earth from Saturn was but a 20th part of what it is now. This would permit us to speculate whether Earth could, at some early period, have been a satellite of Saturn. The distance, 60 million kilometers, is commensurate with the distance of Mercury from the Sun, or 58 million kilometers. Jupiter's satellites revolve at distances up to 24 million kilometers from the primary. Theoretically, Saturn could have satellites as large as the Earth. The Moon is only 1/40th of the Earth in volume, whereas Saturn is 760 times larger than our planet. If such was ever the case, the age of Saturn and the very unusual conditions under which mankind lived in it, and Saturn's worship prior to the deluge, would gain in meaning. The appellative sun used for Saturn would be understood as resulting not only from the great light it emitted for a short period when a nova, but also from its long-standing role of a primary for the revolving Earth. If there is truth in the surmise, and nothing more it is than a surmise, that the Earth was once a satellite of Saturn, the latter must have revolved closer to the Sun in order that the Earth should receive heat from it. Saturn exudes little heat, and if the age of Kronos was a golden age, then it is also proper to assume that the conditions on the satellite Earth were not unfavorable for life. The geological record documents extreme climates for the past of the Earth. Times when corals grew in the Arctic, and times when the Earth, partly even on the equator, was fettered by ice. Such climates require definitely abnormal conditions that could be created only by varying positions of our planet as an astronomical body. Therefore, surmises as made in this section are not in conflict with geological and paleoclimatological records. Yet it is not what could have taken place, but what took place, or the historical record that is the proper goal for inquest. In the absence of direct indications, we may only deal with the problem of the Earth as a satellite of Saturn as a hypothetical construction, requiring further elucidation. It is assumed by modern astronomy that the ninth planet, Pluto, was once a satellite of Neptune, which, having collided with Triton, another satellite of the planet, was thrown out of the ring and became an independent planet. The satellite Triton, however, as a consequence of the collision, reversed the direction of its revolution and became a retrograde satellite. Another instance of a postulated conversion of a planetary satellite into an independent planet is discussed by Van Flandern and Harrington in their paper, A Dynamical Investigation of the Conjecture that Mercury is an Escaped Satellite of Venus. Thus, the principle of a conversion of a satellite into a planet in its own right is not a phenomenon that is discussed here for the first time.
The golden age of Saturn, or Kronos, came to its end when the supreme god of that period, the planet Saturn, was broken up. The age of Kronos was not the earliest age of which man retained some. However, dim memories, but farther into the past, the dimness amounts almost to darkness.
Recently that the merits of the scientific issue do not alter the deplorable treatment Dr. Velikovsky's ideas received from the profession. The prejudging scorn and closing of ranks against the heretic showed typical guild animus. In recent years, however, evidence collected during the geophysical year and by several space probes has tended to verify several of Velikovsky's predictions. For instance, he had said in the face of strong disagreement that because of her recent birth, Venus is extremely hot, a view subsequently borne out by observations of Mariner 2. He was accused of inventing an interplanetary magnetic field, but one has been detected since then by Pioneer 5. He claimed in 1950 that the ancient civilizations of Central America were much older than believed. Recently, this view, too, has been proved by radiocarbon dating. All in all, a score of Dr. Velikovsky's predictions have been verified, and the opposition within the scientific community has abated. New voices are being heard. For instance, that of Lloyd Motz, professor of astronomy at Columbia University, who, while he still disagrees with Velikovsky, says his predictions should be recognized and his writings should be carefully studied and analyzed because they are the product of an extraordinary and brilliant mind and are based on some of the most concentrated and penetrating scholarship and research of our period. Here with us today on Camera 3 to discuss his theories with Dr. Velikovsky in his first television appearance is Eric Larrabee, an editor and writer whose articles about Dr. Velikovsky were the earliest attempts to make him familiar to a wider audience, and whose latest piece in Harper's Magazine has directed attention to a re-examination of the Velikovsky theories.
Dr. Velikovsky, it's almost 15 years now since you first published Worlds in Collision, and in the years since you've published 3 other books, Volume 1 of Ages and Chaos, Earth in Upheaval, Oedipus and Akhenaton. And during this period there has been the curious paradox that although the scientific academic community hasn't by any means accepted what you have to say, that fortune has smiled on you in many respects, in the sense that science itself, point by point, has gone somewhat more in your direction. And also recently that one observes the phenomenon of the younger generation in the colleges and universities being more receptive to new ideas than the older. I was reminded of a quote of Max Planck's, which you know as well, that in new ideas in science don't actually become accepted. What happens is that the proponents of the older ideas die off and are replaced. When you look at some of the things that have happened, some of the ways in which science has come your way, so to speak, and this much larger interest, much greater willingness to talk about your ideas in the colleges, how do you feel looking back on it? Which of the developments jump out to you the most? I remember you were saying once that you had never dreamed when you first were thinking what you should write about the planet Venus, that in your lifetime you would see something like the space probe Mariner, which successfully went within 20,000 miles of that faraway faraway planet. I know that stands out to you as one of the events of this time. What in particular led you to be so concerned with what Mariner would find on Venus? With in particular the question of Venus's heat, if I may
well,
say
you
so.
know, Mr. Larby, that Venus is persona dramatis of my first book. In that book, I claim that there were terrestrial catastrophes caused by extraterrestrial agents in prehistoric and also historical times. And I tried to identify the agent. Well, Venus, the story of Venus as a protoplanet occupies large part of the book. However, in the beginning of the book, for about 150 pages, I describe the events that were observed and left memory of them in so many historical and also folkloristic documents of all civilization of the world.
Records.
Yes, and records. Now you understand well that I had no personal means to send a Mariner probe. And so my hope and my prayer was that I should still have the chance in my lifetime, not only myself, but my opponents, I wish them long life, that they should be also witnesses of that probe, which now 2 years ago, I believe it was August of 1962, was launched, and by December 14, I think it was 14,
passed by
the date point.
Well, if I may be a devil's advocate just momentarily, I know what many of your critics have said is that a prediction like this is a matter of chance, and that they imply that you are pulling things out of the air. Well, obviously, you could have said a great many other things about Venus. You could have said Venus has 2 moons, or is made out of cottage cheese, or something other than saying that it is hot. What led you in particular to say, quite contrary to the belief of the time, that Venus was a hot planet?
Well, first I will say what I said. At the end of my book, in the very last 2 sections before the section, the end, I put 2 claims. So the position which I selected for them in my book by itself proves the importance I gave to them. These were, first, Venus must be very hot.
Must be hot.
Must be very hot. Is very hot. I called the chapter Thermal Balance of Venus. And I said, Venus gives off heat. Not as usually supposed to be. A planet gets so much heat from the sun and reflects so much heat in the space. It gives its own heat. Of course, if it is a body like other bodies in the solar system of 6 billion years or longer, older, of course, then you wouldn't expect that it would give off heat. Now I said also that it was observed by contemporaries of those events and after as an incandescent body. At the same time, still in 1959, it was calculated and accepted that the surface temperature of Venus is 17 degrees Celsius, only about 3 degrees above the temperature of the Earth.
It's very similar to ours.
To Earth. Now, even so-called ashen light, which is shimmering off some light from the shadowed side of Venus, between the Earth and the Sun has, like moon, a shadowed side, was explained by a cover of ice. Well, of course, you understand that there could be no ice as a temperature in which lead is molten.
Yes.
before Mariner already in 1961 it was found that by radio signals arriving from Venus that it is very hot, actually 600 Fahrenheit.
And your reason for believing this was that your theory required that it be a new planet, a young planet in geological astronomical time.
Yes, it was the cause of the natal heat, but also the result of the short but very stormy history of this body.
Which is what you described in your book.
Which I described, actually not theorized as much as tried to reconstruct from ancient sources from so many civilizations.
Well, the reason that the objection that the scientific community has lavished on you, I assume, is that it is quite basic to a number of different sciences. That the life of the solar system has been uneventful, regular, in the terms in which we exactly as we see it now, for many, many hundreds of thousands of years.
Well, until very recently, this was the accepted view that the solar system is almost in a static state for, well, it was, when I started my book, it was said 2 billion. By now it is already 9 billion years. But recently, you know, it has become, it all changed. So many things were discovered. And one of them is the heat of Venus. And let me also say that 600 degree of 1959 was one of the reasons to send the Mariner probe to find that it is not so. I remember in December of that very year 62, when Mariner probe was still on, just past the date point, but there was not yet the final report. I heard a man, scientist from Jet Propulsion Lab, who, speaking before the AAA convention in Philadelphia, made rather expressed his hope that it will be found the temperature much lower. What was found, it was still higher, not 600 but 800 degrees.
Well, there was another finding of Mariner which has just in this past week been still further confirmed, which is the question of Venus's motion. The recent confirmation of the retrograde motion is even more puzzling, is it not, and even more embarrassing to the.
It found first.
You were more comfortable. Yes. I see it's not embarrassing to your point of view.
No, not at all.
You were more comfortable with it.
Not at all. I would say that the Mariner probe surpassed all my wildest dreams. It found first, I would say, confirmed the find made before that by Pioneer 5, that the space, interplanetary space, is magnetic. Well, I was a target of much ridicule exactly because of this, that I invented forces that do not exist in the solar system, because I needed them to explain all these unusual events that took place in the sky, events that the Greek called theomachy, the battle of the gods.
I remember you saying one time that one description of your work might be to replace René Descartes back in the position he deserves in 17th century science. I believe you meant by this his theory of the tourbillon and the vortices as opposed to a Newtonian universe.
Yes, at least to put him back into position of a rightful contender of Newtonian theory, because very recently, actually a year before my book was published, in a book of philosopher Butterfield, I saw the sentence, in that great debate or contest, Descartes was the loser, because these worlds, these vortices that he described, these particles of matter or of ether that fill the universe, they are not there. Nobody found them, nobody discovered them. So it was an empty
because he was
universe in which the celestial bodies in
Cited
complete
by
peace
France.
and eventfully
And he didn't like
traveled
France anymore,
for
so he packed
eons.
That's the story.
And the universe we see now is not that kind of place.
Not at all. But then again, Mariner found not only
Not long
this,
before the French
it
Revolution.
found, of course, this heat. And there is no explanation for this heat. It would be after
Bastille
it was
Day.
already found, there would be some explanation for it. The best, it was done by Kuiper on assumptions that there is water vapors and carbon dioxide when it was thought 600. The best he could do with on this optimal condition for greenhouse effect would be 170 Fahrenheit. But now for 800 degrees, there is no explanation at all. Actually, I have to ask you whether you know any astronomer who has offered any theory that was acceptable to the next astronomer.
I think part of their reaction, again, if I may be the devil's advocate,
Sagan
is that the astronomers, although they may not have explanations for the puzzles that you forcefully put to their attention, the astronomers object, at least many of them objected at the time, because they thought evidence was being brought to their field from, to their minds, extraneous fields such as history, archaeology, and the like. They have not been willing, at least
scared the hell out of the mainstream.
that sort of evidence as binding on questions of astronomy. I wonder sometimes when you think that your first book was the one largely given over to this question of the human record, what men said happened, and this involved a use of the past human material in an unusual, surprising way. Evidence first. If you had talked first about geology, if you had published Earth in Upheaval, which has a completely different kind of evidence in it, do you think they would have been more receptive?
I would not know. Many people affirm this, that would have I started with geological and paleontological evidence, I would have probably not met the same stormy opposition. But, and I understand, of course, that for astronomer to change his basic views on what he believes are mythology, but change his basic views on what he believes are mythology, old wife tales, biblical story. You know, the Bible is a book that we are asked to swear on it, but we are asked also not to believe into it. And at least, well, you know, of course, that I am not a fundamentalist and didn't try in any way to prove the Bible right. But on the other hand, it happened to me to go even further than fundamentalists go, because when the Bible, and actually in so many places, in Psalms, in prophets, in Mosaic books, spoken about mountains that melt like wax, that the sea erupts and other things, that the fundamentalists would believe that these are metaphors. But I found that the same sentence, the same description are plentifully available in Mexican, in Chinese, in Hindu, in all that. And I didn't give any preference to the Bible.
Exactly. Again, I think this may have been one of the elements that confused the argument these 14, 15 years ago. The fact that it sounded like a fundamentalist argument, the fact that they didn't notice that you were drawing also on evidence from peoples all over the earth, from the ancient legends and records of all peoples, and the fact also that
you could not have been not noticed by those who read the book.
Well, I sometimes wonder, and I'm not. When you see some of the things that have been said about the book, you are sometimes led to doubt that they should have been
some of my
carefully.
objectors who thought that they can gain by this the sympathy of religious people accuse me that I gave the same valence to biblical description as to some mythology or some legend, folklore of primitive peoples or peoples in pagan religions.
Well, there is another point involved here, which is that when the argument over catastrophism went on in the 19th century, there were still many people who took a catastrophist or semi-catastrophist kind of view, who did so who have always put it in the other context.
Well, don't forget also that by now it's 100 years since Darwin achieved his victory over the book of Genesis. Now it is a little bit difficult to go back and to say, well, the story is not exactly so. We have the phenomena from all places, from the bottom of the sea with ash and with nickel, which is of meteoric origin, and the ash that covers all the bottom of the ocean. And you know, geologists today claim, like Professor Ewing of Columbia University, that it was an encounter with a terrific comet that spread this ash all over the world, and now it's found evenly spread on the bottom of the oceans. And you have now the accepted view, which was not accepted only 10 or 5 years ago, that the terrestrial axis moved, and that paleomagnetism proves us that terrestrial axis, that magnetic axis, and possibly like Runcorn and other of Manchester, claim that the Earth turned over. We know now from observation of Professor Danjon, director of Paris Observatory, that flares on the sun may influence the speed of rotation of the Earth, and there were sudden changes. Only very recently we read even that Jupiter was subjected to strong changes, and this also confirmed one of the latest of my
point you had made.
Yes.
Isn't it strikingly true that the scientists who are willing to talk about these disturbances, about a change in the terrestrial axis, a change in the magnetic field of the Earth, that they are willing to talk about them provided they are put very far back in history? They are willing to talk about distortion of the Earth's crust, provided
well, this is a psychological problem. You see, we generally don't like to know that we are traveling on a accident-prone planet. You of course understand that I am not a prophet of doom, just the other way around. I believe that we are now, if the man himself will not be the cause of his destruction, we are now in a settled solar system for eons to come. But in the past, there were, in human memory, these very events that by reconstruction of which I could put all those claims, what you call predictions, that now, like Professor Barham, Professor Morse, and others writing to Science and others claim for me these predictions, an unusual prediction, because it was not things that could be accepted, could be put into accepted scheme. Venus is hot. When it's calculated, only 17, and it's 100 degrees hot. What? Venus is covered by hydrocarbons. You know, 4 years before the publication of my book, I approached the director of Harvard College Observatory asking that spectral analysis should be performed on Venus, and he directed me to Professor Adams, director of Mount Wilson Observatory in California, in Palomar, and to Professor Wilt, still alive, at Yale. Mm-hmm. And I put before them this my request, explain that this is a crucial test. And understand, please, Venus is the last link in the theory. If there were catastrophes, and in historical times, and caused by extraterrestrial agent, and the agent was a protoplanet, Venus. And now I can say what Venus is like, that it is hot, that it is wrapped in a envelope of hydrocarbons. This I claimed
on the basis of the historical record.
Yes. And I asked this to be performed, and I got the answers. This was summer 46, 4 years before the publication of the book. There are no hydrocarbons on Venus, in writing. And I was so firm in my belief that I did not blunder in the interpretation of historical sources that I put in my book. There must be an envelope of hydrocarbons. And then when in February 63, 2 months after the Mariner passing point, yes, then the report was given out, and it was hydrocarbons, dust and gases, exactly as I claimed it.
The embarrassment here for science is that you are seeking to unearth a natural fact by way of the humanistic evidence, which is to say you're bringing together a synthesis of different kinds of knowledge.
But let me say this.
An argument.
Let me ask you, what is the principle of uniformity? What does he say? Principle of uniformity on which is based the theory of evolution of Darwin. Our modern scientific thought is built on the principle of uniformity, which crumbles by today. And what does it mean, this principle? Does it mean really that things that we do not observe today could not have happened years ago? What does it mean today? Today is this day in August?
But if you believe
it is not. If we don't see today, comets do not exist, comets. If we do not see since decades with an added eye that any nova, there are no novas.
That's exactly.
So where should Camera 3 has appeared today at the
The setting of the stage. A traveler afoot steadily on the road marching from Athens westward crosses the Corinthian Isthmus, and by continuing to the south may arrive at Mycenae before the sunset of the second day. He follows the rocky road uphill and reaches the fortification wall of the ancient citadel. Rampant stone lions in relief crown the gate of Mycenae. Inside the gate, immediately to the right, he is shown the shaft graves of the ancient kings. The place is deserted, no village occupies the site. Resting at the gate, the traveler has before him the Argive plain, the scene of some of the most celebrated events of the human past. Before the historical age of Greece started, called also the Ionian or Hellenic Age, Greece had another civilization. It centered at Mycenae. It spread over Greece and over the Hellenic Islands. Vestiges of it were found in many places of the ancient world. It was closely contemporaneous with the last phase of another civilization, the so-called Minoan, centered on the island of Crete to the south. These two great cultures left cities and palaces, ruined and deserted, and rich relics, pottery of exquisite forms, the gold and jewels, but no history known to modern man. Yet of Mycenae and of her heroes such a treasure of legend is preserved in Greek lore that some of the heroes of that kingdom in the Argive plain and their contemporaries are more familiar to us than leaders of other races and other times much more recent. Agamemnon, Menelaus, Nestor, Achilles, and Odysseus are better remembered and more widely known than most of the military leaders of the great wars of our own century. Heroes of other times and nations are too often not known at all. Their names were asked oblivion. They had no poet, and they died. This is said not just of heroes, but of whole civilizations. Agamemnon and Menelaus were sons of Atreus, king of Mycenae, and legends were told about Atreus and Thyestes, brothers who quarreled over the throne, and about the sign in favor of Atreus that was seen in the sun retracing its course. These legends lived in Greek lore. Another cycle of legends centered in Thebes, on Thebes in Boeotia, and the Argonaut expedition to Colchis on the Caucasian coast of the Black Sea, which preceded the Trojan War by several decades. The world of these legends, cruel and heroic and treacherous, occupied the fantasy of the Greeks. The Greek tragic poets of the 5th century, Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, had an inexhaustible store of themes to draw upon. There is hardly any problem in the entire history of literature that occupies the minds of scholars as much as the origin of the Homeric epics, the Iliad and the Odyssey, especially the question as to the time of their origin. The Iliad tells of the events of the final stage of the siege of Troy by the host of the Achaeans under Agamemnon, king of Mycenae. The Odyssey tells of the long wanderings of Odysseus, one of the heroes of that siege, on his circuitous way home. Tradition has it that Homer was a blind bard who lived and wandered on the Aegean coast of Asia Minor. Among the cities and islands that claimed to have his birthplace were Smyrna, Chios, Colophon, Salamis, Rhodes, Argos, and Athens. Beyond this, the tradition is very meager to the personality of the poet and the events of his life. Several apocryphal writings pretending to tell something of him were composed in Greece, but had nothing to commend them. When did he live and create? In his great epics he described the Mycenaean world, which supposedly ended almost 5 centuries before him. He shows very great knowledge of that time, yet he knew the world of the 7th century too. There are those who argue that the author of the Iliad and the Odyssey was not one man, but a group of bards, or a succession of wandering poets, each of whom added his inspiration into the epics. Sometimes it is also argued that there was no historical siege of Troy, and that the story of the war is but the poet's creation. The Odyssey appears to just be a story of fancy. However, a war expedition in which many leaders, kings of cities in Greece, took part, and the capture of a fortress named Ilion, or Troy, ruled by King Priam, could not be easily relegated, all and sundry, to the domain of fancy. Many Greek and Latin authors referred to it, though their source was invariably Homer. Among the early authors, Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides wrote cycles of tragedies dealing with the personalities of the Homeric epic, and within their families, and many other poets followed in the path of the ancient bard. Virgil's Aeneid, telling the story of the peregrinations of Aeneas, one of the defenders of Troy, is famed as emulation of Homer's Odyssey. Through the classical period of Greece, through the Hellenistic age that followed, through the age of the Roman Empire, then through the Middle Ages, the Trojan War was the main event of the past, competing in this with the exploits of Alexander of Macedon, for whom Achilles of the Iliad served as the model. But in the 19th century, in the age of reasonableness that followed the age of reason, the view prevailed that the Trojan War was part imagery of a poet and Troy itself had never existed. However, in the 1870s, the skeptics were confounded by Heinrich Schliemann, an adventurer with rich imagination, who as a cabin boy went on a merchant ship bound for America that suffered shipwreck. He was a clerk in Holland, an importer in St. Petersburg, a man not to miss the California gold rush. Having grown rich through the years of adventures, Schliemann went to Hisarlik, a low hill near the Dardanelles, on the Aegean shore of Turkey, after proclaiming that he would find Troy there. There, Schliemann's adventure public announcement as to his intent to discover Troy was met partly with disbelief and sarcasm, but mostly with indifference. He dug, destroyed much valuable material, and disturbed some of the archaeological sequence. But he discovered beneath the mound of Hisarlik the remains of 7 cities, one beneath the other. He identified the second city from the bottom as the Troy of which Homer sang. It was a fortress, strong and rich in treasures, seemingly destroyed in a violent earthquake.
Later scholars identified King Priam's city as the sixth from the bottom, still later as Troy Villa, Troy 7a. In 1876, Schliemann, now crowned with success, went to the Argive plain in Greece, to Mycenae, to locate the tomb of Agamemnon, king of men, the leader of the Achaeans at the siege of Troy. Soon he cabled to King George of the Hellenes that he opened the grave of his predecessor among the 5 large shaft tombs which he discovered, hewn in rock, with the skeletons of their occupants, with gold crowns and gold masks, and much jewelry, gold vessels with oriental designs in pottery. All kinds of voices were now heard. One scholar announced that the find and its treasures date from the Byzantine age, 1st millennium AD. But in time, the royal graves came to be accepted for what they were, of an era preceding the historical period in Greece. However, not of Agamemnon and his house, who supposedly lived in the 13th or early 12th century, but of an age several centuries earlier. How was this figured out? In the buildings and tombs of Mycenae, cartouches of Amenhotep II and Amenhotep III, Queen T, wife of Amenhotep III, and mother of Akhenaten, were found. In Akhenaten's short-lived city, Akhetaten, deposits of typical Mycenaean pottery were unearthed. The age of these pharaohs, in the conventional timetable, belongs to the first half of the 14th century. Schliemann was wrong again in his identification, but right in the main. Here were for all to see rich relics of the Mycenaean civilization. Schliemann made further diggings at the Terrans and the Argive plain, and next intended to dig on Crete. But he did not come to terms with the owners of the land, for which he made a bargain offer. At the beginning of this century, Arthur Evans, having obtained a concession, dug at Knossos on Crete, and brought to light the Minoan civilization, palaces and frescoes and paved courts, a silent world of bygone days. The Minoan civilization could be traced to various stages, separated by definite interruptions: early Minoan, middle Minoan, and late Minoan. We like threes, don't we? And it was the late Minoan age that ran parallel with the Mycenaean age. If anything, the Minoan civilization appeared as the dominant of the two. It was Evans' excavations on Crete that established the contemporaneity of Mycenaean ware with that of the late Minoan period. On Crete, Evans also found tablets with incised signs of 2 scripts, called by him Linear A and Linear B. Later tablets with the Linear B script were found in large numbers at Pylos, and at other ruined cities on the Greek mainland, and still later they were deciphered, but we are ahead of our story. References. Don Marquis, quoting Pope. Of this shipwreck, Schliemann wrote to his sisters in Hanover an exciting account of miraculous escape from death. In his later autobiography, he exposes his letter report as more fantasy than truth. In Troy and its remains, London, 1875, Schliemann distinguished 4 cities. In Ilios, the city and country of the Trojans, London, 1880, he recognized 7. This is the view of C.F.A. Schaeffer, argued in his stratigraphy,
Comparing a chronology de Lassi Occidentale.
Oxford University Press, 1948. C. Blegan, J.D.S. Pendlebury, Idic Giarca, Cambridge, 1930. Why no literary relics from 5 centuries? The Dark Ages left no literary remains, not even a single word on a sherd or a few characters on a clay tablet. M. Bauer, in his book Homer and His Forerunners, puts the problem in straight terms. There is no evidence whatsoever that the Mycenaean script continued anywhere in Greece after circa 1200. To me, that looks like Mycenaean, but the computer guy says Mycenaean, so that's what I'm going with. There is no trace of writing of any kind in the sub-Mycenaean and Proto-Geometric periods, or indeed before the middle of the 8th century, when the new and totally different Greek alphabet makes its first appearance. Now, this is surely not an accident. A single scratched letter from this period would be enough to show that writing survived, but not one has been found. This is undeniably a most remarkable phenomenon, for which it is hard to find either a parallel or an explanation. The society seems suddenly to have become illiterate, and to have remained so for centuries. How and why this happened, we do not know. Bauer expresses his wonder at this astonishing state of affairs. It undermines any hope that the transmission of heroic poetry was maintained by a succession of written texts from the time of the Trojan War. On the one hand, the Homeric poems contain material which is older than 1200. On the other hand, Bauer states his conviction that we can be reasonably confident that Homer worked in the latter part of the 8th century, since this suits both the suits both the latest datable elements in his details and his general outlook. Is this not an impasse? The poet separated from his subject by almost 5 centuries, with an intimate knowledge of a vanished civilization and no art of writing in between. Alan J.B. Wace challenged this view, and in his preface to Ventris and Chadwick's documents in Mycenaean Greek, 1956, wrote that the future discoveries and study would undoubtedly make clearer whether the Dark Age was really dark. The orthodox view of classical archaeologists is that there was a Dark Age, when all culture in Greece declined to barbarism. At the close of the Bronze Age, and in the early period of the ensuing Iron Age, even now, when it is admitted that the Greeks of the late Bronze Age could read and write the linear B script, it is still believed by some that in the transition time, the age of bronze to that of iron, the Greeks forget how to read and write until about the 8th century, when they adopted the Phoenician alphabet. It is incredible that a people as intelligent as the Greeks should have forgotten how to read and write once they had learned how to do so. Then there are the documents. What is the testimony? Letters or literary texts may well have been on wooden tablets, or some form of parchment, or even papyrus. Some fortunate discovery will possibly one day reveal them to us. A quarter century since this was written, nothing has been found that would substantiate this hope, as nothing was found in the preceding 80 years of excavation in Greece. In the quoted passage, the words, "It is still believable by some that the Greeks forgot how to read and write," refers to almost every classicist who agrees that the Dark Age left no written record because none was written. There is no scrap of evidence, writes Denise L. Page in History and the Homeric Iliad, and no reason whatever to assume that the art of writing was practiced in Greece between the end of the Mycenaean era and the 8th century BC. And 100 pages later, the Iliad preserves facts about the Trojans which could not have been known to anybody after the fall of Troy. 7a, VIIA. Then back to the question 100 pages later. How did the truth survive through the Dark Ages into the Iliad? I apologize for some of the words. This is a tough read for me. A lot of words that I haven't seen before. Just wanted to clear something up. I thought perhaps it went without saying, but 1971. Desborough, The Greek Dark Ages, London, 1972, page 321. The contention that during the Dark Ages the Greeks wrote only on perishables does not carry weight. In Mycenaean times, and again from the 8th century on, molecular clouds, like pearls on a cosmic stream. For one. The Sombrero Galaxy appears to be a giant elliptical galaxy with an embedded disk. One of the most significant contributions to plasma cosmology comes from Dr. Anthony L. Pratt, a plasma physicist and protege of Nobel laureate Hans Elfing. Pratt studied plasma formations in the laboratory for many years, monitoring short-duration Z-pinch effects, as well as creating particle in cell animations using the best supercomputers available. His conclusions include a theory that galaxies, rather than being condensations of gravitationally bound gas and dust, were actually plasma formations. Simulations of galactic-scale field-aligned Birkeland current filaments revealed that compression of tenuous cosmic plasma due to the self-consistent magnetic fields from currents conducted through the filaments resulted in formation of several galaxy configurations. Among them were elliptical and barred spiral shapes. The Sombrero Galaxy, also known as NGC 4594 or M104, is a spiral galaxy in the constellation Virgo. Using the redshift measurement system employed by consensus astronomers, it is over 28 million light-years from Earth. The figure could be highly misleading, as several pictures of the day articles about astronomer Halton Arp's discoveries point out. Originally found in 1781 by Pierre McCain, the Sombrero Galaxy represents puzzling attributes even to this day. It is a spectacular lenticular galaxy when seen through most optical telescopes, with a thick band of dark dust encircling its perimeter. However, as long ago as 1993, Long-exposure optical images by David Malin of the Australian Astronomical Observatory revealed a halo of dust and gas, completely englobing the galaxy. This led him to speculate that the Sombrero Galaxy was a gigantic elliptical structure with a spiral contained within. Recently, images from the Spitzer Space Telescope's infrared instruments seem to indicate that Malin was correct. Inside the
After a little bit of this, I'm going to come out and say hi.
Are faint stars that can be seen in long infrared wavelengths. NASA launched the Spitzer Space Telescope into an Earth-trailing orbit on August 25, 2003. Its cold mission used a tank of liquid helium to keep on board infrared detectors, chilled to minus 268 degrees Celsius. At that frigid temperature, wavelengths as long as 180 microns were detectable. In comparison, the longest red light frequency visible to the human eye is approximately 0.75 microns. The helium tank was exhausted after 5 years, so Spitzer is now conducting its warm mission. It can still see infrared signals in the 3.6 to 37 micron range because the cold of space keeps the instruments at negative 243 Celsius. The image at the top of the page is colored blue and green to indicate frequencies of 3.5 microns and 4.6 microns respectively. According to Spitzer Analysis Team, the finding answers a question that has long puzzled astronomers. Spiral galaxies are not supposed to have so many globular clusters in orbit around them. Since the Sombrero Galaxy has as many as 2,000, the fact of its newly discovered elliptical status helps to resolve the issue. Galaxies exist within a circuit of electricity that flows through the cosmos from beginning to end. No one can tell where the current rises or to what it is attached, but we see its electromagnetic fields in the magnetism surrounding galaxies and in the synchrotron radiation that they emit. The electric currents organize into fields of plasma, composed of neutral atoms, but with a small fraction of electrons, protons, and other charged particles also present. Those particles and the charged neutral ones they sweep along with them are driven by a larger electromagnetic field to form pinches of matter. As Peratt's publications insist, it is that plasma, along with the electricity that it engenders, that drives the structures within the cosmos. Their formation and behavior are indicative of Birkeland current filaments, larger than galaxies creating Z-pinch zones, in which those galaxies can form. Since galaxies are often strung like pearls through space, that arrangement lends credence to the idea. The Sombrero Galaxy most likely demonstrates how other spiral galaxies are constructed. Indeed, it has recently been shown that the Milky Way is surrounded by a vast halo as well. Perhaps all galaxies are elliptical in nature, with the limitations imposed by our instrumentally preventing us from realizing it. Stephen Smith. of the north wind. Earth's aurorae demonstrate the electrical connection between our planet and the Sun. The Sun unleashed another coronal mass ejection on October 22, 2011, causing an outburst of colorful displays in nighttime skies as far south as Arkansas in the United States. There is an electrically active structure called the magnetotail or plasma tail, extending for millions of kilometers from Earth, always pointing away from the Sun. The flow of charged particles ejected from the Sun, called the solar wind, is captured by our planet's magnetosphere, collected in a plasma sheet within the magnetotail, and held together by our magnetic field. Energetic ions stream into Earth's magnetic field down into the poles, exiting atmospheric molecules to the point where they emit various colors of light. Red frequencies from oxygen at high altitudes, green from oxygen at lower altitudes. Okay. And blue light from nitrogen. So nitrogen is blue. Okay. Electromagnetic instabilities also occur when a bright aurora is seen. In 1903, Christian Birkeland, a Norwegian research team, undertook an expedition to the Arctic, where they discovered that electric charge from the aurora borealis flowed parallel to the auroral formation. In 1966, the U.S. Navy satellite Triad recorded those magnetic disturbances as it passed over the Earth's polar regions and through what were named the Van Allen radiation belts. Those vertical electric currents that flow to Earth from the solar wind were named Birkeland currents by Alex Dessler in 1969. During the recent substorm, Norwegian scientists again detected electricity flowing through the ground under the auroral glow. Birkeland's polar electric currents are known today as auroral electrojets, and they are connected to electric circuits following Earth's geomagnetic field into and away from the Arctic and Antarctic regions. NASA scientists label this electric effect a new discovery. Although they acknowledge the electric currents in their published paper, conventional theorists persist in seeing them as magnetic collision effects in plasma, rather than the fundamental cause of auroral phenomena. One of the most interesting aspects to the latest auroral episode is not its display, but its origin. Just before the CME, a comet was seen entering the Sun's corona, and then failing to reappear. In previous Picture of the Day articles, several other examples were discussed of comets crashing into the Sun just before large CMEs. One comet in particular, 96P Machholz, did not strike the Sun, it skimmed around it, apparently causing a CME in the process. According to solar physicists, there is no way for a loosely held together blob of ice and rock, they still want to think it's ice, to initiate an electromagnetic eruption, moving at 2,500 kilometers per second. What they fail to consider is that there is a radial electric field from the Sun permeating the solar system. As charged comets move rapidly through that field, they may experience a sudden breakdown or discharge across the giant plasma sheath surrounding the cometary nucleus. The Sun's continuous discharge is a dynamic process requiring only a small external electrical trigger, like that provided by a comet for it to discharge violently. By the way of contrast, astronomers discount any relationship between comets and CMEs based simply on their enormous physical size difference. However, several other sun grazers have been associated with violent flares. One event can be a coincidence. 2 can be long odds, but 3 or more cannot be dismissed as mere oddities. Stephen Smith and Wal Thornhill. This paper's title comes from Aurora Borealis. Electric star birth. Stars and planets are formed along current filaments in molecular clouds, like pearls on a cosmic string. gravity can be ignored. Ionized elements convect inwards from the molecular cloud by long-range electromagnetic ion pump action to form a cool core. Blue. Hydrogen and helium form stellar atmospheres. I thought nitrogen was blue. All stars have a cool planetary body as their core. Snap. That is why sunspots are black, the umbra. If there was nuclear reactions going on in the core, it would be blindingly bright instead of black. That just makes uncommon sense, as Wall says. Because it's true. Spin is imparted to the stars and planets electromagnetically. Whatever did happen to common sense. Stars and planets are later ejected from the filaments by a slingshot mechanism. And that's showing you that this is the filament, it's doing like what a live wire would do, like just going back and forth, and this, I take it as a star, and it just goes, slingshots it out. And a couple of days ago, a very good friend of mine and my longtime bass player, Gar, stopped by, and we had a chat, and I recorded it. It was my first ever live interview. I kind of turned him on to the electric universe. We chat about that a little bit.
Now I can hear you, Greg.
You know what? My microphone, I had it turned up, but it's not engaged on that one. Oh man, all that time I was just silence. Sometimes I want to slap myself. Okay, I see why. It's not on the microphone, it's on something else. Now it'll work. Yeah, of course. Alright, well, I got that fixed. So anyways, I was saying hello to everybody, but you didn't hear me, so I got to do it again. We got alchemy. Now you can hear me, right? I hope you can. You should be able to. I'm getting the level. Now, okay. Alright, that's good. Okay, we got St. Pauli Girl, Grouch, Alchemy 88. Knowledge. I like that. Zinkster. St. Pauli Girl, there's Ricky Spence. The Ricky Spence Show. Wasn't there a show in the 90s? Something like that. Randy Garcia. Al Batwitch. I like that name. I'll Batwitch you. All right. St. Pauli again. Al Batwitch. Prime. Primus. Alchemy 88. And I don't see anybody else. That looks like it's pretty good. Randy Garcia. Good to see you, Randy. It's Jerry Garcia's brother. Still don't know who Bob Weir is. Bob Weir. Where did I hear that name? And why is he about to die? Really? Who is he? I could Google it if you'd like. Knowledge. Then you're welcome. I like that gnaw. It reminds me of a beaver gnawing on a tree. Knowledge. Let me see. What's his name? I'm going to look him up real quick. I'm going to cheat. Bob Weir. Where's his name? Right here. And copy. Go over here and hit Bob Weir and see who he is. Gotta add the R. Bob Weir performed a concert tour in fall 2018. Wolf Brothers. The band is a trio with Weir on guitar. Oh yeah, he's a musician. Okay. He played for the Grateful Dead. He's another one of them soul brothers from San Francisco. The Grateful Dead, including Kingfish, Bob Weir Band, Bobby and the Midnights, Scaring the Children, Rat Dog, and Fuhrer. Further, which he co-led with the Grateful Dead, including Kingfish, Bob Weir, and the Bob Weir and the Midnights. So yeah, I remember when Jerry Garcia died. And have you ever seen the movie Give Me Shelter? It's the Rolling Stones movie from 1969. Oh my God, that movie's so badass. And it's like, that was when rock and roll was wide open, you know. The Stones were on their 69 tour, and that was when the Stones were the Stones, you know. With Mick Taylor on lead, replaced Brian Jones. And when they went to San Francisco, they something happened to their PA. It fried or something happened, and the Dead was in the audience, and the Stones were like, "What are we gonna do? Our PA is dead." Jerry Garcia noticed it, so he went up to him and said, "You guys can use our stuff." So they hurried up and brought their stuff and set it up, and the Stones played and saved their gig. And they were friends ever since that, you know. But that was when the Altamont happened, and then the guy, his name was Stephen Hunter, I think. No relation. Got stabbed by the Hells Angels. Yeah, and that was pretty wild. That was, the Stones kind of built their whole career on that. But that was, if you ever get a chance, watch Gimme Shelter. Some of the most raw music on there. It's got Ike and Tina Turner. Who else? I can't remember all, but the Stones play 4 or 5 of their big tunes, you know. 69, they were really just a 5-piece band. They didn't have this big production around them and stuff. It was pretty cool. They got an album from it too called Get Your Yayas Out. Probably the greatest live album ever recorded, I think. that's just me. I'm dating myself. 42. Now we're down to 37. So the more I talk, it seems like the more always about to die, huh? Candlelight vigils. Oh man, it's too bad. You know? That's the one thing about life that sucks. Is we have to die. I mean, sometimes it don't seem fair, does it? I mean, we're only here for 100 years at the most. I don't care for that. We should be here twice that long. Did you ever notice the people who are really, really rich live until they start becoming dust? All right, I'm going to get back to another show then. We can put on another show and then come back and chat. That's what we'll do. I got another one here for you. It's pretty good, I think. It's called the Electric Sun Hypothesis. Let's check it out. Oh, wait a minute. Let me see. I'm kind of interested in... Let me see. I'm just looking real quick here. Unboxing Atlantis. The Jupiter Order? No. Here's one from Velikovsky. And it's only a 20-minute, so we'll use this one. Yeah, this looks like a good one. Alright, here we go. Yep. Here we go. On February 10th, 1773, Pierre Simon Laplace, a 23 years old scientist, read before the Academy of Sciences in Paris a paper in which, on the basis of Newtonian theory of gravitation, he announced the invariability of planetary mean motions. This was the first step in establishment of the stability of the solar system. Says the Encyclopedia Britannica, 14th edition, a mathematical genius, Laplace showed in a mathematical analysis that the planets must proceed on their paths to the end of time, and that accordingly they have been on their present orbits since the very beginning. In a series of papers, Laplace and Lagrange, another mathematical genius, whose ideas went in the same direction, vied in a complete substantiation of this thesis of invariability of the planetary mean motions. No planet could ever have joined the family of the planets. No planet has ever changed its orbit. It was a work of stability in the cosmos, carried through to the very eve of the French Revolution. In 1796, in a note to the Exposition du Système du Monde, Laplace offered his idea of the origin of the solar system. It was a large nebula. It rotated, and because of the gravitation of the mass to its center, a sun formed itself in the middle and condensed. The outer parts of the nebula broke into rings, and the rings rolled themselves into globes, the planets. He insisted that there could be no accident in the fact that the sun, all known planets, all known satellites, roll in the same direction, counterclockwise. Being a master of the theory of probabilities, he concluded that there are 4 billion chances against 1 that this plan is not the result of chance. Even the best known historical events have not been authenticated at the same ratio of 4 billion against 1. By today, we've known that Laplace was wrong with the discovery of the first retrograde satellite. And today, more than 10 retrograde satellites are known. The rotation of Venus is also retrograde, as is that of Uranus, discovered in 1781. The 4 billions against 1 odds becomes 0 against 1. There may still be a common plan in the arrangement, but this plan was no more evident. Nevertheless, the estimate of the 23-year-old Laplace that the planetary orbits are eternal became the principal statute of faith, or the supreme dogma of the astronomers of the 19th and 20th centuries. On it, is based the astronomy of today. According to Laplace, gravitation, in order to keep this system together, must propagate with a velocity that, compared to the velocity of light, is at least 50 million times greater. And since light propagates with the velocity of 300,000 kilometers a second, 186,000 miles, the velocity with which gravitation must propagate in order that the solar system should not fall apart must be infinite or instantaneous. This last postulate of Laplace was sometimes silently dropped out of his theory, and the permanency of the celestial orbits remained and served as alpha and omega of all subsequent thinking. In 1633, René Descartes, philosopher and geometer, then 37 years old, was preparing for publication a great work. When at the end of November of that year the news arrived at Deventer, Holland, where Descartes was staying at the time, of the persecution to which Galileo had been subjected in Rome. Not desirous of coming into conflict with the Catholic Church, Descartes decided against the publication of his work, and being also a practicing Catholic, he wrote to the mathematician Marin Mersenne. This condemnation of Galileo came as so much of a surprise to me that I have all but made up my mind to burn my papers in their entirety, or at least not to allow them to be seen by anyone. For I could not imagine that Galileo would have been prosecuted for anything else, but that, no doubt, he must have wanted to establish the motion of the earth, which I am well aware was at one time censored by several cardinals. But I thought I heard it said that even afterwards the public teaching of it was not discontinued, not even in Rome. But I confess that if I was wrong, so are the entire foundations of my philosophy. For it, i.e. the motion of the earth, is demonstrated by them, evidently, and it is so closely tied to all parts of my treatise that I would not know how to separate it without making the rest effective. But since I would not for anything in the world want that from me should come so much as a word disapproved of by the Church, I would prefer to suppress it rather than let it appear mangled. I beg you also to send me whatever you know about the Galileo affair. Descartes never again picked up the manuscript, and it was not published until decades later, long after his death. Instead, in 1644, Descartes published his Principes de la Philosophie, in which he developed his theory of the mechanism of planetary motions. The universe is filled with subtle matter, some kind of effluvium, not much different from the ether of later authors. The sun, by its rotation, causes this effluvium to be concentrated in vortices that carry the planets around the sun on their orbits. Whatever was the manner whereby matter was first set in motion, the vortices into which it is divided must now be so disposed that each turns in the direction in which it is easiest for it to continue its movement, for in accordance with the laws of nature, a moving body is easily deflected by meeting another body. Descartes' theory of vortices soon became the accepted teaching about the mechanism of the solar system. Descartes himself proved, however, that philosophers who solve the mysteries of the world can commit fatal mistakes. After some deliberation and wavering, he accepted the insistent invitations to teach philosophy to Queen Christina of Sweden. As so many shallow persons, she was flattered to have the most famous philosopher of Europe at her feet, and actually at her beside, for she ordered him to appear every morning at 5 to start the lesson. He cared for nothing more in his habits. As for a late rising, the cold nights and early morning hours in the winter of Sweden broke his health, and 4 months after arrival in Sweden he died there from pneumonia. Cartesian philosophy finds many followers until today, but his scheme of things celestial has long been regarded as discredited. This teaching prevailed on the continent in his lifetime, and still in the lifetime of Newton, but not much longer. Newton. In the year Galileo died, 1642, Newton was born. At the age of 24, when a plague was ravaging the cities of England, he secluded himself at his parental home in Lincolnshire, and there contemplated the motions of the heavenly body.
This work of his was put aside for 2 decades. It was not until the year 1686 that the first edition of Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica was published. A testimony is preserved that says the figures Newton had of the size of the Earth and thus the terrestrial radius were rather inexact. Consequently, his computations of the Earth's gravitational pull did not agree with the observations. And it is said when the French savant J. Picard, upon measuring the meridian in Lapland, came to the correct result, that Newton became confident of his formula for inertia and gravitation. Life claims Hooke, Flamsteed, Leibniz, light core, space empty. How does gravitation act? Nature of gravitation, law of simplicity. When explaining his theory of celestial mechanics, Newton used the following example. A projectile, a stone, is thrown horizontally from the top of a high mountain. Because of its weight, it is forced out of the rectilinear path, which by the initial projection alone it should have pursued, and made to describe a curved line in the air, and through that crooked way is at last brought down to the ground. And the greater the velocity is with which it is projected, the further it goes before it falls to the earth. We may therefore suppose the velocity to be increased, that it would describe an arc of 1, 2, 5, 10, 100, 1,000 miles, before it arrived at the earth, till at last, exceeding the limits of the earth, it should pass into space without touching it. At a very definite curve, the result of a very precise and definite velocity of projection, the stone would follow the circumference of the earth and return to the mountain from which it was projected, without falling to the ground or flying off into space. For the sake of this example, let us suppose that there is no air between the earth, or at least that it is endowed with little or no power of resisting, and that only the weight of the projectile causes it to bend its path. One can observe that these figures differ by 7%, and that therefore complete correspondence is an exaggeration. There are other, much more close correspondences involving our moon, and they still belong in the domain of coincidences. The moon, for instance, is placed so on its orbit that it appears nearly the same size as the sun, and actually, during the full eclipses, the moon chances so to cover the sun that only the solar corona is seen over the dark zone of the moon. Also, the already mentioned fact that the moon's mean distance is very nearly equal to 60 terrestrial semi-diameters, the number of seconds in a minute, or the fact that light travels 186,000 miles a second and the diameter off. At age 50, when the biological process of involution generally sets in a man, Newton became ill and depressed. The excessive exploitation of his brain, his unrelenting search for answers to nature's unsolved problems, undermined and disturbed the mental balance of the genius. When Newton was 45 years old, his Principia was published. Then he worked on optics. The story goes that he left his manuscript on the table close to a burning candle and went out of the room to look at a procession. A pet overturned a candle and the manuscript burned. This misfortune started his depression. It is questionable whether this is a true story. In a young man, mental depression usually sets in when the person faces a big task and is afraid to fail. In the second half of life, the person becomes depressed, mostly as a result of slighting and humiliation. It would be wrong to think that a person who is great is protected by his greatness from the feeling of slighting and humiliation. Newton's experience with Hooke, with Leibniz, and with Flamsteed could have been the real cause. It is possible, and even probable, that if Newton lived in our time, he would not support his theory of mechanical movement of the planets. At the end of the Principias, he wrote, "But hitherto I have not been able to discover the cause of those properties of gravity from phenomena. And I have no hypothesis, for whatever is not deduced from the phenomena is to be called an hypothesis, and hypotheses, whether metaphysical or physical, whether of occult qualities of mechanical, have no place in experimental philosophy." Thus, he felt that he left his theory of gravitation unjustified, because he was unable to explain the cause of gravity and the nature of this phenomenon. However, he must have some intuitive inkling of where to look for the explanation for explaining gravitation, because on the same page, which is at the end of the third book of Principia, he wrote,
François-Marie Arouet de Voltaire, 1694 to 1778, wit, liberal and freethinker, at the age of 31 was insulted by Chevalier de Rohan and answered with a biting sarcasm. A little time later, when dining at the table of the Duc de Sully, he was asked to step out and was beaten by the servants of Rohan, who looked on. For 3 months, Voltaire postponed to challenge Rohan to a duel. Then he challenged, but on the morning set for the encounter, he was arrested and put into the Bastille. After 2 weeks there, he, in accordance with his own wish, was deported to England. There he stayed for 3 years, from 1726 to 1729.
That's it. When Voltaire returned to France, he was a self-appointed agent of all things British. In the world of thought, the supreme point of difference between the French and the British lay in the conflict of views of Descartes and Newton on the mechanics of the universe. Descartes was long dead, and Newton died in 1727. During Voltaire's stay in England, the French scientists in general kept to teaching of Descartes about the vortices that compel the planets to follow their paths. The British scientists adopted the Newtonian teaching of universal gravitation, and the debate was going on upon Voltaire's return to France. In the years that Voltaire spent at Syrie as a guest of Madame du Châtelet, he wrote, with her assistance, a long treatise on the Newtonian system of the world. The singular influence Voltaire gained in France, in Germany, and in the rest of Europe was responsible for the early acceptance of the Newtonian system and the rejection of the Cartesian. Although himself no mathematician, Voltaire set himself up as the supreme judge and decided in favor of Newton and against his compatriot. He actually stopped the debate. His influence was also responsible, more than anything else, for making the deeply Catholic France into a nation of freethinkers, thus paving the road to the French Revolution in 1789 that took place 11 years after his death.
There are no coincidences.
Nikola Tesla. In the beginning of this century, a Croatian engineer immigrant to America, Nikola Tesla, measured the electrical charge of the planet Earth and found it of very high potential. He made his observation during thunderstorms. My instruments were affected stronger by discharges taking place at greater distances than those nearby. This puzzled me very much. No doubt, whatever remained, I was observing stationary waves. As the source of the disturbances, thunderstorm, moved away. The receiving circuit came successfully upon their nodes and loops. Impossible as it seemed, this planet, despite its vast extent, behaved like a conductor of limited dimensions. The tremendous significance of this fact in the transmission of energy by my system had already become clear to me. Not only was it practicable to send telegraphic messages to any distance without wires, as I recognized long ago, but also to impress upon the entire globe the faint modulations of the human voice. Far more still, to transmit power in unlimited amounts to any terrestrial distance and almost without loss. Nikola Tesla was a pioneer in many fields of electrical theory and technology. He was the first to utilize alternating current, conceiving an effective system for its generation, transmission, and utilization. Edison appealed to the public, warning them that the alternating current of Tesla would cause great harm to its users, being dangerous, and that only direct current can be harmlessly used. Tesla referred to Edison as an inventor, to himself as a discoverer. Today, everyone knows that alternating current, with the help of the polyphase induction motor, can be converted into mechanical energy more effectively and economically than direct current. He invented new forms of dynamos, transformers, condensers, and induction coils. He discovered the principle of the rotary magnetic field, upon which transmission of power from the Niagara Falls and other waterfalls and dams is carried on. A regal recluse, he despised the short-seeing men of science. Many of his pioneering inventions he carried with him to his grave, but he believed in the destiny of man, who, in his words, searches, discovers, and invents, designs, and constructs, and covers with monuments of beauty, grandeur, and awe the star of his birth. This teaches us that not only have the contemporaries of a revolutionary idea in science repeatedly rejected the idea, but also that a rejection of such an idea, even by the best qualified men in the field in generation of the revolutionary, and often still following generations, has occurred not once or twice, but many times. Archimedes rejected the heliocentric system of Aristarchus. Brahe rejected the system of Copernicus, and Galileo was deaf and blind to the discoveries of Kepler. Just as Edison warned against the alternating current developed by Tesla, and who was more competent to judge than Archimedes, in his time Brahe in his, Galileo in his, and Edison in his. Electrical World and Engineer, May 5, 1904. See also Century, June 1900, quoted from J.J. O'Neill, The Prodigal Genius. Life of Nikola Tesla, 1944, page 181. Tesla was in fact a Serb who was born in the Croatian village of Smiljan in the Lika region, which at the time was part of the Austrian monarchy. His father was an Orthodox priest, Ed. A lot of people distance themselves from Tesla, and I don't know why. Mostly I'm referring to mainstream science. He doesn't even garner a page in the history books for academia. I just think that's sad. If you said to me right now, name one true genius, I would have to say Nikola Tesla. And he was the toast of the town for many years, until one day a young guy named Einstein just showed up out of nowhere with his relativity. Everything changed. Turns out that Edison wasn't entirely wrong. Even though his whole program was based on propaganda, we have EMF waves today. Judging by that, what he's saying is there has always been a controversy in science, and there probably always will be.
To be kind of a prelude to a situation where electricity will disappear in one physical location and reappear in another physical location without anything going on in between. In other words, a true action at a distance. And as far as like the conspiratorial or theory end go, I would go so far to say that two properly constructed devices based on Alexanderson's principles, if you have one antenna in San Francisco and you have one in Los Angeles, and everything was tuned up right, that if you were standing in the one in San Francisco, you would be simultaneously standing under the one in Los Angeles as long as the generators were running. That is the implication of that particular technology or engineering, and that's what makes it worth studying.
Could you comment, if you wish, that the Philadelphia experiment might have been a variation of that?
Well, see, the Philadelphia experiment I don't know about because that's not there. You know what I mean?
I understand.
But yeah, the Philadelphia experiment would have to be, yeah, it would be something similar to that, but it'd be more like that integratron. But we're starting to get into that direction. That's what we're starting to get into. What it is what Alex Anderson had done, the picture of his patent, well, I'll draw all that out. Alex Anderson had done was to figure out a way to make an electric structure that is what's called scalar. In other words, there's no variation in space. If the structure, the switch is closed, the thing's turned on, if there's 100,000 volts at one end of the antenna, at t equals 0, at the other end of the antenna, the 100,000 volts is still at t equals 0. There's no time delay for the wave to get from one end to the other. It can be completely neutralized. Now, the first place this was done was in a place called Bolinas, California, which is not too far away from here. This was the first full implementation of the Alexanderson principle to completely neutralize the velocity, because the velocity in the Alexanderson system is engineerable. It has no relation to the velocity of light other than infinite velocity and the velocity of light are two what would be called poles or zeros in the system. In other words, they're kind of like nodal points where it crosses over from one state to the other.
Levels of light. The deluge and the 7 days of brilliant light immediately preceding it were a universal experience, and they left indelible memories. Many of the religious rites and observances of all creeds go back to these events of the past, in which the celestial gods Saturn and Jupiter were the main participants. Among the most ancient of all such observances were the festivals of light of 7 days, duration held in honor of Saturn. 7 days of light just before the deluge overwhelmed the earth are recreated in these feasts. Herodotus describes a nocturnal light festival held each year at Sais in commemoration of Osiris's death and resurrection. It was called the Feast of Lamps. There is one night in which the inhabitants all burn a multitude of lights in the open air round their houses. These burn the whole night. The Egyptians, who were absent from the festival, observed the night of the sacrifice, no less than the rest, by a general lighting of the lamps, so that the illumination is not confined to the city of Sais, but extends over the whole of Egypt. In Rome, the Feast of Light was named Saturnalia. The Saturnalia had been established in honor of Saturn, when all of a sudden, after a lengthy and prosperous reign, Saturn suddenly disappeared. Imagine how scary that would be, to have the sun just go out, like in the middle of the day. Macrobius wrote that in celebrating the Saturnalia, the Romans used to honor the altars of Saturn with lighted candles, sending round wax tapers during the Saturnalia. In his time, the festival was celebrated for 3 consecutive days, but Macrobius wrote, and yet, in fact, among the men of old, there were some who supposed that the Saturnalia lasted for 7 days. For Navius, that's probably where they get the word novice, says, long awaited they come, the 7 days of Saturnalia, and Mummius says, of many excellent institutions of our ancestors, this is the best, that they made the 7 days of the Saturnalia begin when the weather is coldest. Hanukkah and Christmas are both feasts of light, and like the Saturnalia, both can be traced to the days of the universal deluge. The Hebrew tradition that Hanukkah was established to commemorate the miracle with the oil that was found undepleted and sufficed for 7 days is a poor rationalization. A better ground for re-establishment of a holiday so similar to the Saturnalia in Judea was in the fact that in the middle of the 2nd century before the present era, Rome conquered Greece, and about the same time in the rebellion of the Hashmonaim, better known by the name of one of the sons, Judah Maccabee, against Hellenistic rule, the people of Palestine were drawn near the Roman world with its usages. It appears that the Romans fomented the revolt in the Hellenized provinces at the time of their conquest of Greece. Thus, the Feast of Hanukkah seems to be an adaptation of the Roman Saturnalia. The observation of this festival was later taken over by the festival of Christmas, which was originally observed for 7 days, from the 25th of December until the 1st of the new year. Well, we still do that today. You get the whole week off. You go from Christmas to New Year's. Same thing. So it was to celebrate the nova of Saturn, which lasted for 7 days. The earliest of the festivals of this type that we know of was the yearly 7-day-long celebration commemorating the inauguration of the Temple of Ningersu in Babylonia in the time of Gudea, what a name, before circa 2000 BC. For this and other similar festivals, P. Berbelis, Ancient Festivals of Saturnalia, 1964. Ningersu was he who changed darkness into light, the same as Ninib, or Saturn. In Athens, the feast in honor of Saturn was called the Chronia, Festival of the Athenians, 1977. It would appear that the main idea behind the Saturnalia-type festivals, so widespread in antiquity, was a reenactment of the conditions that existed during the Golden Age, when Saturn reigned. The celebration of the Roman Saturnalia, which according to Macrobius predates the founding of Rome by many centuries. 7, in parentheses, was marked by a reversal of social relations, the release of the statue of Saturn that stood in the forum from its bonds, Macrobius Saturnalia 7, the crowning a mock king, apparently representing Saturn, whose every command had to be strictly obeyed, Lucian, Saturn 2, 4, and 9, and who was later sacrificed on the altar of Saturn. Some details of such a sacrifice are given in Acta Sancti Daci. Porphyry reports the existence of a similar festival on Rhodes, during which a man was sacrificed to Kronos. Oh, nice. Sacrifice has to be the second dumbest idea of all time. What if that deity had plans for that person? Assuming he exists, maybe he doesn't need the extra burden. You know, everybody always automatically assumes that it's a good thing to sacrifice somebody. For what? If you have the time, please take the poll on what is the worst idea of all time. War, slavery, sacrifice, or marriage. What's the deity like? Oh, isn't that sweet? He gave me a soul. Oh, I think I'll make it rain. No. Dumb. So that's why the natives always take him in, make him king for a day, and then sacrifice him. They're reenacting Saturn's catastrophe upon the earth. That's pretty amazing. A possible parallel in Mexico may be the festival of, oh, I love these words, Atamotzli. On the 21st of December, they celebrate the festival of that god who they say was the one that uncovered the earth when it was annihilated by the waters of the deluge. Herodotus. 2 by J.G. Fraser, Adonis Osiris, 1907. Macrobius noted also the opinion of those who think that the practice is derived simply from the fact that it was in the reign of Saturn that we made our way as thou to the light, from rude and gloomy existence to knowledge of the liberal arts. Tammuz and Osiris, on the Egyptian Light Festival in honor of Osiris. Saturn and Jupiter. The history of this pair, the ancient Kronos and Zeus, or Saturn and Jupiter, as reflected in many traditions all around the world. Oh, I gotta use my throat spray. I got a new throat spray. Let's see if it works. Tells a story that has nothing in it resembling the sedate and uneventful circling of these bodies on their orbits that modern astronomy asserts as a fact. Saturn and Jupiter are very much like the Sun. Were they not planets, they would be considered stars. Like our Sun, Jupiter is nearly 330 times more massive than the Earth. That's hard to imagine. That's huge. And Saturn, 80 times. Both planets are covered with gases which are in constant motion, like gaseous atmosphere of the Sun. The Sun has 9 satellites and numerous asteroids and comets. When this was written, Jupiter had 14 and several asteroids and comets. Saturn had 10 known satellites and 4 or 5 comets constitute the Saturnian family. Though these comets do not circle around Saturn itself, they are commonly regarded as related to the orbit of Saturn. Jupiter. Were Jupiter and Saturn free from the bonds of the Sun, they could be considered as stars or suns. Were two such stars set in space close to one another, they would constitute a double star system, both stars circling around a common focus. So I guess Old Sol could be considered the very first one that sucked all the air out of the room. The Sun is just a much bigger antenna than Jupiter or Saturn were, and it simply stole their juice. The Sun is fed by the galaxy, which is fed by the core. Were two such stars set in space close to one another, they would constitute a double star system, both stars circling around a common focus. As told, the picture that emerges from comparative folklore and mythology presents Saturn and Jupiter in vigorous interactions. Suppose that these two bodies approached each other rather closely at one time, causing violent perturbations and huge tidal effects in each other's atmospheres. Their mutual disturbance led to a stellar explosion. As we have seen, a nova is thought to result from an instability in a star generated by a sudden influx of matter, usually derived from its companion in a binary system. If what we call today Jupiter and Saturn are the products of such a sequence of events, their appearance and respective masses must formerly have been quite different. A scenario such as this would explain the prominence of Saturn prior to its cataclysmic disruption and dismemberment. It must have been a larger body than it is now, possibly of the volume of Jupiter. Interestingly, for certain reasons, G. Kuiper assumed that Saturn originally was of the mass equal to Jupiter. At some point during a close approach to Jupiter, Saturn became unstable, and as a result of the influx of extraneous material, it exploded, flaring as a nova, which, after subsiding, left a remnant that the ancients still recognized as Saturn, even though it was but a fraction of a celestial body of earlier days. In Saturn's explosion, much of the matter absorbed earlier was thrown off into space. Saturn was greatly reduced in size and removed to a distant orbit. The binary system was broken up, and Jupiter took over the dominant position in the sky. The ancient Greeks saw this as Zeus, victorious over his father, forcing him to release the children he had earlier swallowed, and banished him to the outer reaches of the sky. In Egyptian eyes, it was Horus Jupiter assuming royal power, leaving Osiris to reign over the kingdom of the dead. If the descriptions of Saturn as a sun mean anything, Saturn must have been visible in the time before its explosion as a large disk. If this was the case, the increased distance between the Earth and Saturn could have been the result of the removal of the Earth from its place, or of Saturn from its place, or both. You know what I'm thinking? That this might be the yellow sun everybody thinks they remember. Think about it. Makes sense. Saturn could be removed only by the planet Jupiter, the sole member of the planetary family more powerful than Saturn. And indeed, the myth says that Saturn was removed by Jupiter. Worlds in Collision, Velikovsky wrote of events that may theoretically take place in the future. Some dark star, like Jupiter or Saturn, may be in the path of the Sun, and may be attracted to the solar system, and cause havoc in it. While, in 1950, both planets were assumed by astronomers to be covered by thick layers of ice. They are now known to be star-like in their composition and thermal properties. In the case of Saturn, H. Spencer Jones, Life on Earth 40, argued that Saturn must be coated with water ice or frozen ammonia. Spencer Jones' book was published in the same year in which Velikovsky drew very different conclusions about Saturn's thermal history and structure. The astronomer's conjecture was based on a simple calculation of the amount of heat reaching the planet. Saturn, being almost 10 times further away from the Sun than the Earth, had to have a mean temperature in the neighborhood of 155 degrees below 0 Celsius. The reasons why Velikovsky concluded that Saturn's temperature must be considerably higher than the accepted estimate were, first, in the residual heat of the catastrophe in which Saturn was derailed from its orbit, and second, the radioactivity that resulted from the catastrophe must still be pronounced on Saturn. From the unpublished manuscript, The Test of Time. On top of all this, based on its past history, Saturn can be regarded as a star and may have some of the mechanism that makes our sun burn with intense light. In 1966, Kellerman described his observations and measurements at a wavelength of 21.3 centimeters, which showed a temperature of 90 degrees Fahrenheit. For an inner atmospheric layers, revised textbooks, taking account of findings, began to speak of room temperature on Saturn, recorded in the 21 centimeter band. Okay, well, there you go. E.g. Fred Whipple. Whipple. Earth, Moon, Planets. That's his real name. I thought that was the Sherman guy.
Earth, Moon,
Planets. Third revised edition, 1968. By 1972, measurements at radio wavelengths of 50 and 100 centimeters found unusually high temperatures, about 240 degrees Fahrenheit and 520 degrees Fahrenheit, respectively. Thus, it appears that Saturn, like Jupiter, is not the entirely frozen wasteland it was once thought to be. D. McNally. Are the Jovian Planets Failed Stars, 1973. Soon, it was realized that Saturn must have an inertial energy source and is in fact more like a star than a planet, though it is not considered sufficiently massive to function as a true star. The article compares the view expressed only a few years previously by Carl Sagan that Saturn could not be an abode of life because of atmospheric temperatures several hundred degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. Intelligent life in the universe. Moving on. Measurements in the infrared and the far infrared and sub-millimeter range published in 1977 indicate that the internal energy source on Saturn lies within the range of 2.3 to 3.2 times the absorbed solar flux. Far infrared and sub-millimeter observations of the planets, 1977, the Astrophysical Journal. In other words, Saturn gives off up to about 3 times the amount of energy it receives from the Sun. At the beginning of 1980, analysis of measurements taken by Pioneer 11 during its flight past Saturn showed that the interior of the planet has a temperature exceeding 10,000 degrees Kelvin, which is considerably hotter than the surface of the Sun, less than 6,000 degrees Kelvin. A hypothesis that the protoplanet masses of Jupiter and Saturn were nearly the same was advanced by G. Kuiper, See Sky and Telescope, March 1959. I definitely think Jupiter and Saturn are more like stars. The line between planet and star gets fuzzier every year. Sagan, after he mentioned that about Saturn in '77, when they found out that it was over 10,000 degrees, he didn't say a word about it, did he? There you are.
He claimed that, in the earliest remembered epoch, the planet Saturn dominated the sky, close to the Earth, presiding over the mythic Golden Age. It was an outrageous idea, and yet I found in it the inspiration for a life's work.
Ancient cultures the world over insisted that an exemplary sun once ruled the sky. For the Egyptians, this former power was the creator Atum Ra, ruling from the center and summit of the sky. In ancient Mesopotamia, we see the primeval sun as a great turning wheel in the heavens, and the astronomers named this body as the planet Saturn. It was from the Romans that we received the planet's name, Saturn. But an archaic Latin name for Saturn was Sol, the sun. In earlier Greek texts, the planet Saturn, called Kronos, was also named Helios, the sun. Even the alchemists preserved this preposterous identity. They called Saturn the best sun. Best sun, superior sun, exemplary sun. The core idea always pointed directly to the axis of the sky, the celestial pole around which the heavens visually turn. As improbable as it may seem, this is where the Egyptians located their primeval sun god, Atum. This motionless spot in the heavens is precisely where later astronomical traditions from Greece to Persia and China all claimed that Saturn had ruled the world, a contradiction of every principle we take for granted today. Ancient chroniclers insisted that the planet Saturn, now just a speck in the sky, had presided over the Golden Age. An epoch of abundance, cosmic harmony, and grandeur. The archaic name of Italy was Saturnia, and tradition held that this very name was given to the original site of Rome. The Sabbath, the special day of rest and reverence, was Saturni Dies, Saturn's Day, a day honored throughout the Mediterranean, the Near East, and beyond. The popular Roman festival, Saturnalia, was a symbolic return to the Saturnia Regna, Saturn's reign, the Golden Age. Much symbolic content of our own New Year's and Christmas celebrations will trace to the Roman Saturnalia and related ancient festivals.
Howard Cosell, sitting here with the champ after the big fight with Jupiter. First of all, champ, I'd like to extend my condolences. Thanks, buddy. But you lost, and you're not the you once were. Alright, thank you. Greg J. would like me to extend to you a season's greetings. Thank you. Good night.
Worlds in Collision, Chapter 2. Planet Earth. The planet Earth has a stony shell, the lithosphere, that consists of igneous rock, like granite and basalt, with sedimentary rock on top. The igneous rock is the original crust of the Earth. Sedimentary rock is deposited by water. The inner composition of the Earth is not known. The propagation of seismic waves gives support to the assumption that the shell of the Earth is over 2,000 miles thick on a basis of the gravitational effect of mountain masses, the theory of isostasy. The shell is estimated to be only 60 miles thick. The preference of iron in the shell, or the migration of heavy metals from the core to the shell, has not been sufficiently explained. For these metals to have left the core, they must have been ejected by explosions. And in order to remain spread through the crust, the explosions must have been followed immediately by cooling. If in the beginning the planet was a hot conglomerate of elements, as the nebular as well as the tidal theories assume, then the iron of the globe should have become oxidized and combined with all available oxygen. But for some unknown reason, this did not take place. Thus, the presence of oxygen in the terrestrial atmosphere is unexplained. The water of the oceans contains a large amount of soluble sodium chloride, common salt. Sodium might have been from rocks eroded by rain, but rocks are poor in chlorine, and the proportion of sodium and chlorine in seawater calls for 50 times more chlorine in the igneous rock than it actually contains. The deep strata of igneous rock contains no signs of fossil life. Increased in sedimentary rock are skeletons of marine and land animals, often many layers, one upon the other. Not infrequently, igneous rock is found protruding into sedimentary rock, or even covering it in large areas, pointing to successive eruptions of igneous rock that became heated and molten after there was life on Earth. Upon strata which shows no signs of fossil life are strata containing shells, and sometimes the shells are so numerous as to constitute the entire mass of the rock. They are often found in the hardest rock. Higher strata contain skeletons of land animals, often of extinct species, and not infrequently. Above the strata, with the remains of land animals, are other strata with marine fauna. The species of the animals, and even their genera, change with the strata. The strata often assume an oblique position, sometimes being almost vertical. Frequently, they are faulted and overturned in many ways. Cuvier, 1769 to 1832, the founder of vertebrate paleontology, or the science of petrified skeletons of animals possessing vertebrae, from fish to man, was much impressed by the picture presented by the sequence of the layers of earth. When the traveler passes over these fertile plains, where gently flowing streams nourish in their course an abundant vegetation, and where soil inhabited by numerous population, adorned with flourishing villages, opulent cities, and superb monuments, is never disturbed by the ravages of war or by the oppression of the powerful. He is not led to suspect that nature also has had her intestine wars, and that the surface of the globe has been broken up by revolutions and catastrophes. But his ideas change as soon as he digs into the soil, which now presents so peaceful an aspect. Cuvier thought that great catastrophes had taken place on Earth, repeatedly, changing seabeds into continents and continents into seabeds. He held that genera and species were unchangeable since creation. But observing different animal remains in various levels of Earth, he concluded that catastrophes must have annihilated life in vast areas, leaving the ground for other forms of life. Where did these genera come from? Either they were newly created, or, more likely, they migrated from other parts of the world, which were not at the time also visited by cataclysms. He could not find the cause of these cataclysms. He saw in their traces the problem in geology. It is of most importance to solve. But he realized that in order to resolve it satisfactorily, it would be necessary to discover the cause of these events, an undertaking which presents a difficulty of quite a different kind. He knew only of many fruitless attempts already made, and he did not find himself able to offer a solution. These ideas have haunted, I may almost say have tormented me during my researches among fossil bones. Cuvier's theory of stabilized forms of life and annihilating catastrophes was supplanted by a theory of evolution in geology, Lyell, and biology, Darwin. The mountains are what is left of plateaus eroded by wind and water in a very slow process. Sedimentary rock is detritus of igneous rock eroded by rain, then carried to the sea, and there slowly deposited. Skeletons of birds and of land animals in these rocks are presumed to have belonged to animals who had waded close to the shore of the sea in shallow water, died while wading, and were covered in sediment before fish destroyed their cadavers, or the water separated the bones of their skeletons. No widespread catastrophes disrupted the slow and steady process. The theory of evolution, which can be traced to Aristotle, and which was the teaching of Lamarck in the days of Cuvier and Darwin after him, has been generally accepted as truth by natural sciences. For almost 100 years, sedimentary rock covers high mountains, and the highest of all, the Himalayas. Shells and skeletons of sea animals are found there. This means that at some early time, fish swam over these mountains. What caused the mountains to rise? A force pushing from within, or pulling from without, or twisting on the sides must have elevated the mountains and lifted continents from the bottom of the sea and submerged other land masses, and that is scary. If we do not know what these forces are, we cannot answer the problem of the origin of the mountains and of continents wherever on the globe we are faced with it. Here is how the question is put concerning the eastern coast of North America. Not long ago, in a geological sense, the flat plain from New Jersey to Florida was under the sea. At that time, the ocean surf broke directly on the old Appalachian Mountains. Previously, the southeastern part of the mountain structure had sunk below the sea and become covered with a layer of sand and mud, thickened seaward. A wedge-like mass of marine sediments was then uplifted and cut into by rivers, giving the Atlantic coastal plain of the United States. Why was it uplifted? To the westward are the Appalachians. The geologist tells us of the stressful times when a belt of rocks extending from Alabama to Newfoundland was jammed, thrust together to make this mountain system. Why? How was it done? In former times, the sea flooded the region of the Great Plains from Mexico to Alaska and then withdrew. Why this change? The birth of the Cordilleras, again the mystery of mountain-making clamors for solution. And so on, all over the world. The Himalayas were under the sea. Now Eurasia is 3 miles or more above the bottom of the Pacific. Why? The problem of mountain making is a vexing one. Many of them, mountains, are composed, tangentially compressed, and overthrust rocks that indicate scores of miles of circumferential shortening in the Earth's crust. Radial shrinkage is woefully inadequate to cause the observed amount of horizontal compression. Therein lies the perplexity of the problem of mountain making. Geologists have not yet found a satisfactory escape from this dilemma. Even authors of textbooks confess their ignorance. Why have sea floors of remote periods become the lofty highlands of today? What generates the enormous forces that bend, break, and mash the rocks in mountain zones? These questions still await satisfactory answers. The process of raising the mountains is supposed to have been very slow and gradual. On the other hand, it is clear that igneous rock, already hard, had to become fluid in order to penetrate sedimentary rock or cover it. It is not known what initiated this process, but it is asserted that it must have happened long before man appeared on Earth. So when skulls of early man are found in late deposits, or skulls of modern man are found together with bones of extinct animals in early deposits, difficult problems are presented, occasionally also during mining operations. A human skull is found in the middle of a mountain, under a thick cover of basalt or granite, like the Calaveras skull from California. Human remains and human artifacts of bone, polished stone, or pottery are found under great deposits of till and gravel, sometimes under as much as 100 feet. The origin of clay, sand, and gravel on igneous and sedimentary rock offers a problem. The theory of ice ages was put forth, 1840, to explain this and other enigmatic phenomena. As for north as Spitsbergen, the polar circle, at some time in the past, coral reefs were formed, which do not occur except in tropical regions. Palms also grew on Spitsbergen. The regions, the continent of Antarctica, which today has not a single tree on it, must have been covered at one time by forests, since it has coal deposits. As we see, the planet Earth is full of secrets. We have not come closer to solving the problem of the origin of the solar system by investigating the planet under our feet. On the contrary, we have found many other unsolved problems concerning the lithosphere, hydrosphere, and atmosphere of the Earth. Shall we be more fortunate if we try to understand the process that caused the changes on the globe in the most recent geological epoch, the time of the last glacial period, close to the time which is regarded as historic? Ice ages. Not many thousands of years ago, we were taught great areas of Europe and North America were covered by glaciers. Perpetual ice lay not only on the slopes of high mountains, but loaded itself in heavy masses upon continents, even in moderate latitudes, where today the Hudson, the Elbe, and the upper Dnieper flow. There were then frozen deserts. They were like the immense glacier of Greenland that covers that island. There are signs that a retreat of the glaciers was interrupted by new massing of ice, and their borders differed at various times. Geologists are able to find the boundaries of the glaciers. Ice moves very slowly, pushing stones before it, and accumulations of stones, or moraines, remained when glacier retreats melting away. Traces have been found of 5 or 6 consecutive displacements of the ice sheet during the Ice Age, or of 5 or 6 glacial periods. Some force repeatedly pushed the ice sheet toward moderate latitude. Neither the cause of the ice ages nor the cause of the retreat of the ice desert is known. The time of these retreats is also a matter of speculation. Many ideas were offered and guesses made to explain how the glacial epochs originated and why they terminated. Some supposed that the sun, at different times, emits more or less heat, which causes periods of heat and cold on Earth. But no evidence that the sun is such a variable star was adduced to support this hypothesis. Others conjectured that cosmic space has warmer and colder areas,
and that when our solar system travels through the cooler areas, ice descends upon the latitudes close to the tropics. But no physical agents were found responsible for such hypothetical cold and warm areas in space. A few wondered whether the precession of the equinoxes, or the slow change in the direction of the terrestrial axis, might cause periodic variation in the climate. But it has shown that the difference in isolation could not have been great enough to have been responsible for glacial ages. Still, others thought to find the answer with glaciation at the maximal eccentricity. Some of them supposed that winter in aphelion, the remotest part of the ecliptic, would cause glaciation. And some thought that summer in aphelion would produce that effect. Some scholars thought about the changes in position of the terrestrial axis. If the planet Earth is rigid, it is regarded to be L. Kelvin. The axis could not have shifted in geological times by more than 3 degrees. George Darwin. If it were elastic, it would have shifted up to 10 or 15 degrees in a very slow process. The cause of the ice ages was seen by a few scholars in the decrease of the original heat of the planet. The warm periods between the ice ages were attributed to the heat set free by a hypothetical decomposition of organisms in the strata, those to the surface of the ground. The increase and decrease in the action of warm springs were also considered. Others suppose that dust of volcanic origin filled the terrestrial atmosphere and hindered insolation, or, contrariwise, that an increased content of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere obstructed the reflection of heat rays from the surface of the planet. A decrease in the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere would cause a fall of temperature, Arrhenius. But calculations were made to show that this could not be the real cause of the glacial ages, Angstrom. Changes in the direction of warm currents in the Atlantic Ocean were brought into the discussion, and the Isthmus of Panama was theoretically removed to allow the Gulf Stream to pass into the Pacific at the time of the glacial periods. But it was proved that 2 oceans were already divided in the Ice Age. Besides, a part of the Gulf Stream would have remained in the Atlantic anyway. The periodic retreats of ice between the glacial periods would have required periodic removal and replacement of the Isthmus of Panama. Other theories of equally hypothetical nature were proposed, but the phenomena held responsible for the changes have not been proved to have existed, or to have been able to produce the effect. All the above-mentioned theories and hypotheses fail if they cannot meet a most important condition. In order for ice masses to have been formed, increased precipitation must have taken place. This requires an increased amount of water vapor in the atmosphere, which is the result of increased evaporation from the surface of oceans. But this could be caused by heat only. A number of scientists pointed out this fact and even calculated that in order to produce a sheet of ice as large as that of the Ice Age, the surface of all of the oceans must have evaporated to a depth of many feet. Such an evaporation of oceans followed by a quick process of freezing, even in moderate latitudes, would have produced the Ice Ages. The problem is, what could have caused the evaporation and immediately subsequent freezing as the cause of such quick alternation of heating and freezing of large parts of the globe is not apparent. It is conceded that at present the cause of excessive ice making on the lands remains a baffling mystery, a major question for the future reader of Earth's riddles. Not only are the causes of the appearance and later disappearance of the glacial sheet unknown, that the geographical shape of the area covered by ice is also a problem.
Why would the glacial sheet in the southern hemisphere move from the tropical regions of Africa toward the solar polar region and not the opposite direction? And similarly, why in the northern hemisphere did ice move in India from the equator toward the Himalaya mountains and the higher latitudes? Why did the glaciers of the Ice Age cover the greater part of North America and Europe, while the north of Asia remained free? In America, the plateau of ice stretched up from latitude 40 degrees and even passed across this line in Europe. It reached latitude 50 degrees, while northeastern Siberia, above the polar circle, even at latitude 75 degrees, was not covered with this perennial ice. All hypotheses regarding increased diminished isolation due to solar alterations or the changing temperature of the cosmic space or other similar hypotheses cannot avoid being confronted with this problem. Glaciers are formed in regions of eternal snow. For this reason, they remain on the slopes of the high mountains. The north of Siberia is the coldest place in the world. Why did not the Ice Age touch this region, whereas it visited the basin of the Mississippi and all Africa south of the equator? No satisfactory solution to this question has been proposed.
The mammoths. Northeast Siberia, which was not covered by ice in the Ice Age, conceals another enigma. The climate there has apparently changed drastically since the end of the Ice Age, and the yearly temperature has dropped many degrees below its previous level. Animals once lived in this region that do not live there now, and plants grew there that are ungrowable now. The change must have occurred quite suddenly. The cause of this, Climasters, has not been explained. In this catastrophic change of climate, and under mysterious circumstances, all the mammoths of Siberia perished. The mammoth belonged to the family of elephants. Its tusks were sometimes as much as 10 feet long. Its teeth were highly developed, and their density was greater than in any other stage in the evolution of the elephants. Apparently, they did not succumb in the struggle for survival. As an unfit product of evolution, the extinction of the mammoth is thought to have coincided with the end of the last glacial period. Tusks of mammoth have been found in large amounts in northeastern Siberia. This well-preserved ivory has been an object of export to China and Europe ever since the Russian conquest of Siberia, and was exploited in even earlier times. In modern times, the ivory market of the world still found its main source of supply in the tundras of northeast Siberia. In 1799, the frozen bodies of mammoths were found in these tundras. The corpses were well preserved, and the sled dogs ate the flesh unharmed. The flesh is fibrous and marbled with fat and looks as fresh as well-frozen beef. What was the cause of their death and the extinction of their race? Cuvier wrote of the extinction of the mammoths, repeated eruptions and retreats of the sea have neither all been slow nor gradual. On the contrary, most of the catastrophes which have occasioned them have been sudden, and this is especially easy to be proved with regard to the last of these catastrophes, that which, by a twofold motion, has inundated and afterwards laid dry our present continents, or at least a part of the land which forms them. At the present day, in the northern regions, it has left the carcasses of large quadrupeds which became enveloped in the ice, and have thus been preserved even to our own times, with their skin, their hair, and their flesh. If they had not been frozen as soon as killed, they would have been decomposed by putrefaction. And on the other hand, this eternal frost could not previously have occupied the places in which they have been seized by it. For for they could not have lived in such a temperature. It was, therefore, at one and the same moment that these animals were destroyed, and the country which they inhabited became covered with ice. This event has been sudden, instantaneous, without any gradations, so with reference to those which have preceded it. The theory of repeated catastrophes annihilating life on this planet and repeated creations or restorations of life offered by Dulac and expanded on by Cuvier did not convince the scientific world like Lamarck before Cuvier. Darwin, after him, thought that an exceedingly slow evolutional process governs genetics, and that there were no catastrophes interrupting these processes of infinitesimal changes. According to the theory of evolution, these minute changes came as a result of adaptation to living conditions and the struggle of the species for survival, like the theories of Lamarck and Darwin, which postulate slow changes in animals with tens of thousands of years required for a minute step in evolution. The geological theories of the 19th century and of the 20th century as well regard the geological processes as exceedingly slow and dependent on erosion by rain, wind, and tides. Darwin admitted that he was unable to find an explanation for the extermination of the mammoth, an animal better developed than the elephant, which survived. But in conformity with the theory of evolution, his followers supposed that a gradual sinking of the land forced the mammoths to the hills, where they found themselves isolated by marshes. However, geological processes are slow. The mammoths would not have been trapped on the isolated hills. Besides, this theory cannot be true because the animals did not die of starvation. In their stomachs and between their teeth, undigested grass and leaves were found. This, too, proves that they died from a sudden cause. Further investigation showed that the leaves and the twigs found in their stomachs do not grow in the regions where the animals died, far to the south, 1,000 or more miles away. It is apparent that the climate has changed radically since the death of the mammoths, as the bodies of the animals were found not decomposed but well preserved in the blocks of ice, the change in temperature must have followed their death very closely, or even caused it. Their remains to be added after storms in the Arctic. Tusks of mammoths are washed up on the shores of Arctic islands. This proves that a part of the land where the mammoths lived and were drowned is covered by the Arctic Ocean. The Ice Age and the Antiquity of Man. The mammoth lived in the age of man. Man pictured it on the walls of caves. Remains of men have repeatedly been found in Central Europe together with the remains of mammoths. Occasionally, the settlement of Neolithic man of Europe are found strewn with the bones of mammoths. Man moved southward when Europe was covered with ice, and returned when the ice retreated. Historical man witnessed great variation in climate. The man of Siberia, the meat of which is still fresh, is supposed to have been destroyed at the end of the last glacial period, simultaneously with the mammoths of Europe and Alaska. If this is so, the Siberian mammoth was also the contemporary of a rather modern man. At the time when Europe, close to the ice sheet, man was still in the later stages of Neolithic culture, in the Near and Middle East, the region of the great cultures of antiquity. He may already have progressed well into the Metal Age. There exists no chronological table of Neolithic culture because the art of writing was invented approximately at the advent of the copper, the early period of the Bronze Age. It is presumed that the Neolithic man of Europe left pictures but no inscriptions, and consequently there are no means of determining the end of the Ice Age in terms of chronology. Geologists have tried to find the time of the end of the last glacial period by measuring the detritus carried by rivers from the glaciers and the deposits of detritus in lakes. The quantity carried by the Rhone from the glaciers of the Alps and the amount on the bottom of Lake Geneva through which the Rhone flows were calculated, and from the figures obtained the time and velocity of the retreat of the glacial sheet of the last glacial period were estimated. According to the Swiss scholar Francis Forel, 12,000 years have passed since the time the ice sheet of the last glacial period began to melt, an unexpectedly low figure, as it was thought that the Ice Age ended 30 to 50,000 years ago. Such calculations suffer from being only indirect evaluations, and since the velocity at which the glacial mud had been deposited in the lakes was not constant and the amount varied, the mud must have assembled on the bottom of the lake at a faster rate in the beginning when the glaciers were larger, and if the Ice Age terminated suddenly, the deposition of detritus would have been much heavier at first, and there would be little analogy to the accumulation of detritus from the seasonal melting of snow in the Alps. Therefore, the time that has elapsed since the end of the last glacial period must have been even shorter than reckoned. Geologists regard the Great Lakes of America as having been formed at the end of the Ice Age, when continental glacier retreated and the depressions freed from glacier became lakes. In the last 200 years, Niagara Falls has retreated from Lake Ontario toward Lake Erie at a rate of about 5 feet annually, washing down the rocks of the bed of the falls. This process has been going on at the same rate since the end of the last glacial period. About 7,000 years were needed to move Niagara Falls from the mouth of the gorge at the Queenston to its present position. The assumption that the quantity of water moving through the gorge has been uniform since the end of the Ice Age is the basis of this calculation, and therefore it has concluded 7,000 years may constitute the maximum length of time since the birth of the falls. In the beginning, when immense masses of water were released by the retreat of the continental glacier, the rate of movement of Niagara Falls must have been much more rapid. The time estimate may need significant reduction, and is sometimes lowered to 5,000 years. The erosion and sedimentation of the shores and the bottom of Lake Michigan also suggests a lapse of time counted in thousands, but not in tens of thousands of years. Also, the result of paleontological research in America carries evidence which constitutes a guarantee that before the last period of glaciation, modern man in the form of that highly developed race, the American Indian, was living on the eastern seaboard of North America. It is assumed that with the advent of the last glacial period, the Indians retreated southward, returning to the north when the ice uncovered the ground, and when the Great Lakes emerged, the basin of St. Lawrence was formed, and Niagara Falls began its retreat toward Lake Erie. If the end of the last glacial period occurred only a few thousand years ago, in historical times, or at a time when the art of writing may have been already employed in the centers of ancient civilization, the records written in the rocks by nature and the records written by man must give a coordinated picture. Let us therefore investigate the traditions and the literary records of ancient man and compare them with the records of nature. The World Ages.
A conception of ages that were brought to their end by violent changes in nature is common all over the world. The number of ages differs from people to people and tradition to tradition. The difference depends on the number of catastrophes that the particular people retained in its memory, or on the way it reckoned the end of an age. In the annals of ancient Etruria, according to Varro, were records of 7 elapsed ages. Censorinus, the author of the 3rd Christian century and compiler of Varro, wrote that men thought that different prodigies appeared by means of which the gods notified mortals at the end of each age. The Etruscans were versed in the science of the stars, and after having observed the prodigies with attention, they recorded these observations in their books. The Greeks had similar traditions. Where is a period, wrote Censorinus, called the supreme year by Aristotle, at the end of which the sun, the moon, and all the planets return to their original position. This supreme year has a great winter, called by the Greeks cataclysmos, which means deluge, and a great summer, called by the Greeks ekryposis, or combustion of the world. The world actually seems to be inundated and burned alternately in each of these epochs. Anaximensis and Anaximander in the 6th pre-Christian century, and Diogenes of Apolloniana in the 5th century, assumed the destruction of the world with subsequent reaction. Heraclitus, minus 540 to minus 475, taught that the world is destroyed in conflagration after every period of 10,800 years. Aristarchus of Samos in the 3rd century before the present era taught that in a period of 2,484 years, the earth undergoes 2 destructions, the combustion and deluge. The Stoics generally believed in periodic conflagrations, by which the world was consumed to be shaped anew. This is due to the forces of ever-active fire which exist in things, and in the course of long cycles of time resolves everything into itself, and out of it is constructed a reborn world. So Philo presented the notion of the Stoics that our world is refashioned in periodic conflagrations. In one such catastrophe, the world will meet its ultimate destruction. Colliding with another world, it will fall apart into atoms, out of which, in a long process, a new earth will be created somewhere in the universe. Democritus and Epicurus explained Philo postulate many worlds, the origin of which they ascribe to the mutual impacts of interlacing of atoms, and their destruction to the counterblows and collisions by the bodies so formed. As this earth goes to its ultimate destruction, it passes through reoccurring cosmic catastrophes and is reformed with all that lives on it. Hesiod, one of the earliest Greek authors, wrote about 4 ages and 4 generations of men that were destroyed by the wrath of the planetary gods. The 3rd age, the age of bronze, when it was destroyed by Zeus. A 3rd generation repeopled the earth, and using bronze for arms and tools, they began to use iron too. Heroes of the Trojan War were of this 4th generation. Then a new destruction was decreed, and after that came yet another generation, the 5th, of men who are upon the bounteous earth. The generation of iron, in another work of his, Hesiod described the end of one of the ages. The life-giving earth crashed around in burning. All the land seethed, and the ocean streams. It seemed even as if earth and wide heaven above came together, for such a mighty crash would have arisen if earth were being hurled to ruin, and heaven from on high were hurling her down. Analogous traditions of 4 expired ages persist on the shores of the Bengal Sea and in the highland of Tibet. The present age is the 5th. The sacred Hindu book Bhagavad Purana tells of 4 ages and of pralayas, or cataclysms, which in various epochs mankind was nearly destroyed. The 5th age is that of the present. The world ages are called kalpas or yugas. Each world age met its destruction in catastrophes of conflagration, flood, and hurricane. Isur Vedam or Bhagavad Vedam, sacred Hindu hooks, keeping to the scheme of 4 expired ages, differ only in the number of years ascribed to each. In the chapter World Cycles in Visuddhimagga, it is said that there are 3 destructions: the destruction by water, destruction by fire, and destruction by wind. But that there are 7 ages, each of which is separated from the previous one by a world catastrophe. Reference to ages and catastrophes is found in Avesta, Zendavesta, the sacred scriptures of Mazdaism, the ancient religion of the Persians. Bahman Yast, one of the books of Avesta, counts 7 world ages or millennia. Zarathustra, or Zoroaster, the prophet of Mazdaism, speaks of the signs of wonders and perplexity which are manifested in the world at the end of each millennium. The Chinese call the perished ages Kis, and number 10 Kis from the beginning of the world, until Confucius, in the ancient Chinese encyclopedia Sing Li Ta Sien Chao, the general convulsions of nature are discussed. Because of the periodicity of these convulsions, the span of time between 2 catastrophes is regarded as a great year. As during a year, so during a world age, the cosmic mechanism winds itself up, and in a general convulsion of nature, the sea is carried out of its bed. Mountains spring out of the ground. Rivers change their course. Human beings and everything are ruined, and the ancient traces effaced. An old tradition, and a very persistent one, of world ages that went down in cosmic catastrophes was found in the Americas among the Incas, the Aztecs, and the Mayas. A major part of stone inscriptions found in Yucatan refer to world catastrophes. The most ancient of these fragments, calendar stones of Yucatan, refer in general to great catastrophes which at intervals and repeatedly convulsed the American continent, and of which all nations of this continent have preserved a more or less distinct memory. Codices of Mexico and Indian authors who composed the annals of their past give a prominent place to the tradition of world catastrophes that decimated humankind and changed the face of the earth. In the chronicles of the Mexican kingdom, it is said, the ancients knew, before the present sky and earth were formed, man was already created and life had manifested itself 4 times. A tradition of successive creations and catastrophes is found in the Pacific, on Hawaii, and on the islands of Polynesia. There were 9 ages, and in each age a different sky was above the earth. Icelanders, too, believed that 9 worlds went down in a succession of ages, a tradition that is contained in the Edda. The rabbinical conception of ages crystallized in the post-exilic period. Already before the birth of our earth, worlds had been shaped and brought into existence only to be destroyed in time. He made several worlds before ours, but he destroyed them all. This earth, too, was not created at the beginning to satisfy the divine plan. It underwent reshaping 6 consecutive remoldings. New traditions were created after each of the catastrophes. On the 4th earth lived the generation of the Tower of Babel. We belong to the 7th age. Each of the ages or earths has a name. 7 heavens were created, and 7 earths were created. The most removed, the 7th. Eretz, the 6th. Adama, the 5th. Arka, the 4th. Haraba, the 3rd. Yeshiba, the 2nd. Tevel, and our owned land called Helid, and like the others, it is separated from the foregoing by abyss, chaos, and water.
Great catastrophes changed the face of the earth. Some perished by deluge. Others were consumed by conflagration, wrote the Jewish philosopher Philo. According to the rabbinical authority Rashi, ancient tradition knows of periodic collapses of the firmament, one of which occurred in the days of the deluge, and which repeated themselves at intervals of 1,656 years. The duration of world ages varies in Armenian and Arabian traditions.
I think we got one more to go.
The Sun Ages. An oft-repeated occurrence in the tradition of world ages is the advent of the new sun in the sky at the beginning of every age. The word sun is substituted for the word age in the cosmogonical traditions of many peoples all over the world. The Mayas counted their ages by the names of the consecutive suns. These are called water sun, earthquake sun, hurricane sun, fire sun. These suns mark the epochs to which are attributed the various catastrophes the world has suffered. Ixtlcatl, 1568 to 1648, the native Indian scholar, in his Animals of the Kings of Tezcuco, described the world ages by the names of the suns. The water sun, or sun of waters, was the first age, terminated by a deluge in which almost all creatures perished. The earthquake sun, or age, perished in a terrific earthquake. Earth broke up in many places. Mountains fell. The world age of the hurricane sun came to its destruction in a cosmic hurricane. The fire sun was the world age that went down in a rain of fire. The nations of Culha, or Mexico, Humboldt quoted Gomara, the Spanish writer of the 16th century, believed, according to their hieroglyphic paintings, that previous to the sun, which now enlightens them, 4 had already been successfully extinguished. These 4 suns are as many ages, in which our species has been annihilated by inundations, by earthquakes, by general conflagration, and by the effect destroying tempests. Every one of the 4 elements participated in each of the catastrophes. Deluge, hurricane, earthquake, and fire gave their names to the catastrophes because of the predominance of one of them in the upheavals. Symbols of the successive suns are pointed on the pre-Columbian literary documents of Mexico. Cinco soles que son deidades, or 5 suns that are epics, wrote Gomara in his description of the conquest of Mexico. An analogy to this sentence of Gomara may be found in Lucius Impellius, a Roman author, who in his book Liber Memoralis wrote, "Soles figure quinque." There were 5 suns. In this, the same belief that Gomara found in the New World. The Mexican Annals of, and all these names, I apologize if I can't pronounce them right, of Cahuatitlan, written in Nahu Indian circa 1570, and based on ancient sources, contains the tradition of 7 sun epochs. Chican and Tonatiuh, or the 7 suns, is the designation for the world cycles or acts in the cosmic drama. The Buddhist sacred book of Visuddhimagga contains a chapter on world cycles. There are 3 destructions: the destruction by water, the destruction by fire, the destruction by wind. After the catastrophe of the deluge, and now a long period has elapsed from the cessation of the rains, a second sun appeared. In the interim, the world was enveloped in gloom. When this second sun appears, there is no distinction of day and night, but an incessant heart beats upon the world. When the fifth sun appeared, the ocean gradually dried up. When the sixth sun appeared, the whole world became filled with smoke. After the lapse of another long period, the seventh sun appears, and the whole world breaks into flames. This Buddhist book refers also to a more ancient discourse on the seven suns. The Brahmins called the epochs between two destructions the great days. The Sibylline books recite the ages in which the world underwent destruction and regeneration. The Sibyl told as follows: the 9 suns are 9 ages. Now is the 7th sun. The Sibyl prophesies 2 ages yet to come, that of the 8th and 9th sun. The Aborigines of British North Borneo even today declare the sky was originally low and that 6 suns perished, and at present the world is illuminated by the 7th sun. But 7 solar ages are referred to in the Mayan manuscripts, in Buddhist sacred books, in the books of the Sibyl. It's spelled S-I-B-Y-L. I'm just taking that as another way to use an I, Sibyl. In all quoted sources, the suns are explained in the sources themselves as signifying consecutive epochs, each of which went down in great general destruction. Did the reason for the substitution of the word sun by the peoples of both hemispheres lie in that changed appearance of the luminary and in its path in each epoch as its world age?
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in and for watching tonight's Night Owls. Part 2, I wanted to get a lot of Saturn Theory in, and we got 4 hours plus. That's pretty good. And then we did about 2 hours before that.
There. That's how slow life leaves, right there. There's no way that Earth... Oops, I keep leaving more light pulses. There's no way that Earth can orbit the sun that's on that time scale. It would orbit it where it was 8 minutes ago. There's no way it can do that. And that is that whole thing right there. Once you can wrap your head around that, well, for me, that was the clincher. The sun and the Earth are in real time. And the galaxy is in real time. It can't. That pokey speed right there, it can't know where itself is at that speed. That's pokey. That's slow. At this rate, it'll take 8 minutes for the ring to go out from the sun and get to the Earth. So that's why the Earth has to orbit the sun in real time. If you would have no order at all, if this was orbiting this where it was 8 minutes ago, it just wouldn't make sense. Neither would the galaxy. So that's a huge point in the electric universe's favor.
Yes, indeed. That was pretty good, I have to admit. And I started out just saying, okay, a little bit, and got into it. It was good. All right, come out to the live screen, see who's here, and say, hey, St. Pauli girl, you still with us? You could have came in to the chat room. We're kind of bush now. Grouch is here. What's up, Grouch? Hope everybody enjoyed themselves. Let me see who we got. Jared. Hey, Jared, what's up, buddy? St. Pauli girl. I love logical insights. That was pretty good, wasn't it? Find a pre-dug hole like Mammoth Cave. Anatolia Turkey built for a reason. Ricky Spence. Al Batwitch. Pyramids were perfect structures to survive such events, giving a kickstart to the survivors as they puzzled over it and unravel her secrets. Ancient Architects has one on the Great Pyramid as a lifeboat. It was pretty good. I'll put it in the description when I get a chance to get to it. Better not. Ignorance is bliss. Yeah, sometimes it is. Not a whole lot anyone can do, and yes, those descendants. We all indeed. Very few of us are conscious about it. Very good. Vicious, hey. Alchemy 88, still going. There's Red Exgen Cacus. Are you any relation to Red Dakin? We got Prime. Let's see, did I forget anybody? I hope not. It was a good night. I had a good time. Some good stuff. Good watching. Thank you, Prime. Thank you, Alchemy. All right, guys, I'll close out with something, and then we'll conclude this next weekend. Let's see, what could I put on? Something for a change of pace to end with. Let me see. What's this?
Saturn, so active in cosmic changes, was regarded by all mankind as the supreme god. Seneca says that Epigenes, who studied astronomy among the Chaldeans, ejects that the planet Saturn exerts the greatest influence upon all the movements of the celestial bodies. On becoming a nova, it ejected filaments in all directions, and the solar system became illuminated as if by 100 suns. It subsided
Thank you all
quickly
for coming. It means the
and
world
retreated
to me.
into faraway regions. Peoples that remembered early tragedies enacted in the sky by the heavenly bodies asserted that Jupiter drove Saturn away from its place in the sky. Before Jupiter, Zeus became the chief god. Saturn, Kronos, occupied the celestial throne. In all ancient religions, the dominion passes from Saturn to Jupiter. In Greek mythology, Kronos is presented as the father and Zeus as his son, who dethrones him. Kronos devours some of his children. After this act, Zeus overpowers his father, puts him in chains, and drives him from his royal station in the sky. If Egyptian folklore or religion, the participants of the drama are said to be Osiris, Saturn, brother and husband of Isis, Jupiter. The cult of Osiris and the mysteries associated with it dominated the Egyptian religion as nothing else. Every dead man or woman was entombed with observances honoring Osiris. The city of Abydos in the desert west of the Nile and northwest of Thebes was sacred to him. Sais in the delta, used to commemorate the floating of Osiris' body carried by the Nile into the Mediterranean. What made Osiris so deeply ingrained in the religious memory of the nation that his cult pervaded mythology and religion. Osiris' dominion before his murder by Seth was remembered as a time of bliss. According to the legend, Seth, Osiris' brother, killed and dismembered him, whereupon Isis, Osiris' wife, went on peregrinations to collect his dispersed members. Having gathered them and wrapped them together With swathings, she brought Osiris back to life. The memory of this event was a matter of yearly jubilation among the Egyptians. Osiris became Lord of the Netherworld and Land of the Dead. The Land of the Dead, a legend, a prominent part of the Osiris cycle, tells that Isis gave birth to Horus, whom she conceived from the already dead Osiris, and that Horus grew up to avenge his father by engaging Seth in mortal combat. In Egyptology, the meaning of these occurrences stands as an unresolved mystery. The myth of Osiris is too remarkable and occurs in too many divergent forms not to contain a considerable element of historic truth, wrote Sir Alan Gardner, the leading scholar in these fields. But what historical truth is it? Could it be of an ancient king upon whose tragic death the entire legend hinged? Wondered Gardner. But of such a king, not a trace has been found before the time of the pyramid texts. And in these texts, Osiris is spoken of without end. There he appears as a dead god or king or judge of the dead. But who was Osiris in real life? Asked Gardner. At times, he is represented to us as the vegetation which perishes in the floodwater mysteriously issuing from himself. He is associated with brilliant light. After the life of studying Egyptian history and religion, Gardner confessed that he remained unaware of whom Osiris represented or memorialized. The origin of Osiris remains for me as insoluble mystery, nor could others in this field help him find the answer. The Egyptologist John Wilson wrote that it is an admission of failure that the chief cultural content of Egyptian civilization, its religion, its mythological features, again and again narrated and alluded to in the text and represented in statues and temple reliefs,
girl, come into the great
is
hall
not
and say
understood.
hello.
The astral meaning of Egyptian deities was not realized, and the cosmic events of their activities were not thought of. The prophet Ezekiel in the Babylon exile had a vision, the likeness of a man, but made of fire and amber, who lifted him by the lock of his hair and brought him to some darkened chamber where the ancients of the house of Israel, with censers in their hands, were worshipping idols portrayed upon the wall round about. Then the angel of the vision told him, "Thou shalt see greater abominations that they do." And he brought the prophet to the door of the gate of the Lord's house, and behold, there sat women weeping for Tammuz. Next he showed him also Jews in the inner court of the Lord's house, with their back toward the temple of the Lord, and their faces toward the east, that they worshiped the sun toward the east. The worship of the sun and the planets was decried by Jeremiah, a contemporary of Ezekiel. But what was this weeping for Tammuz? Tammuz was a Babylonian god. One of the months of the year, approximately coinciding with July, in the summer, was named in his honor. And by this very name, it is known in the present-day Hebrew calendar. Tammuz was the god that died and was then hidden in the underworld. His death was the reason for a fast, accompanied by lamentations of the women of the land. His finding or his return to life and resurrection were the motifs of the Passion. Tammuz was the god of vegetation, of the flood, and of seeds. The god Tammuz came from Armenia every year in his ark in the overflowing river, blessing the alluvium with new growth. In the month of Tammuz he was bound, and the liturgies speak of his having been drowned among flowers, which were thrown upon him as he sank beneath the waves of the Euphrates. The drowning of Tammuz was an occasion for wailing by women. The flood has taken Tammuz. The raging storm has brought him low. Of Tammuz It is also narrated that he was associated with brilliant light, with descent into the netherworld, visited by Ishtar, his spouse. Tammuz's death, his subsequent resurrection, or his discovery in the far reaches, but no longer brilliant, were the themes of the cult that was not just one of the mysteries, but the chief and paramount cult. The Osirian mysteries, the wailing for Tammuz, all refer to the transformation of Saturn during and following the deluge. Osiris was not a king, but the planet Saturn, Kronos of the Greeks, Tammuz of the Babylonians. Babylonians called Saturn the star of Tammuz. After the deluge, Saturn was invisible. The sky was covered for a long time by clouds of volcanic dust. And the Egyptians cried for Osiris, and the Babylonians cried for Tammuz. Isis, Jupiter at that time, went in search of her husband, and Ishtar, also Jupiter at that early time, went to the netherworld to find her husband Tammuz. For a time Saturn disappeared, driven away by Jupiter, and when it reappeared, it was no longer the same planet. It moved very slowly. The disappearance of the planet Saturn in the netherworld became the theme of many religious observances, compromising liturgies, mystery plays, lamentations, and fasts. When Osiris was seen again in the sky, though greatly diminished, the people were frenzied by the return of Osiris from death. Nevertheless, he became king of the netherworld. In the Egyptian way of seeing the celestial drama, Isis, Jupiter, the spouse of Osiris, Saturn, wrapped him in swathings. Osiris was known as the Swathed, the way the dead came to be dressed for their journey to the world of the dead, over which Osiris reigns. Similar rites were celebrated in honor of Adonis, who died and was resurrected after a stay in the Netherland, in the mysteries of Orpheus. Sir James G. Fraser, a collector of folklore, came to regard Osiris as a vegetation god. Likewise, he saw in the Babylonian Tammuz an equivalent of the Egyptian Osiris, a vegetation god, and carried away by this concept, wrote his The Golden Bow, built around the idea of the vegetation god that dies and is resurrected the following year. A few peoples, through consecutive planetary ages, kept fidelity to the ancient Saturn, or Kronos, or Brahma, whose age was previous to that of Jupiter. Thus, the Scythians were called Uman Manda by the Chaldeans, people of Manda, and Manda is the name of Saturn. The Phoenicians regarded El Saturn as their chief deity. Eusebius informs us that El, a name used also in the Bible as a name for God, was the name of Saturn. In Persia, he was known as Kavan or Kavan. The different names for God in the Bible reflect the process of going through many ages in which one planet superseded another and was again superseded by the next one in the celestial war. El was the name of Saturn, Adonis of the Syrians. The bewailed deity was also like Osiris, the planet Saturn. But in the period of the contest between the two major planets, Jupiter and Saturn, the appellative of the dual gods became Adonai, which means my lords. Then, with the victory of Jupiter, it came to be applied to him alone. Emanuel Velikovsky.
Velikovsky's Comet, Part 2, Venus, Smoking Star. In arguing for the cometary character of Venus, Velikovsky cited Aztec records suggesting that the planet Venus shared the same title given a comet. The early traditions of peoples of Mexico, written down in pre-Columbian days, relate that Venus smoked, the star that smoked. The Estrella que Humeva was Citlal Cholula, which the Spaniards called Venus. Now I ask, says Alexander Humboldt, what optical illusion could give Venus the appearance of a star throwing out smoke? Sahagan, the 16th century Spanish authority on Mexico, wrote that the Mexicans called a comet a star that smoked. It may thus be concluded that since the Mexicans called Venus a star that smoked, they considered it a comet. In Bob Forrest's mind, the Aztec references could have nothing to do with what may or may not have happened back in the mid-2nd millennium BC, because the references to Venus smoking came from the 16th century AD. In a number of instances, Aztec records say that Earth shook and the star Citlal-Koloha, Venus, smoked. To account for the curiosity, Forrest simply accepts the guest of Alexander Humboldt, who suggested that the smoke related to the volcano Orizaba, situated to the east of the city Colula, and whose glow, when seen in the distance, resembled or was symbolically related to the rising morning star. Forrest was apparently satisfied with the first guess he uncovered. All we have are some 16th century records which say, every so often, that the star smoked. But since the smoking seems frequently to be intertwined with earthquake activity, Humboldt's assumption seems reasonable. With that stated, Forrest moved on, never returning to the issue of the Aztec smoking star. A quite different approach would have been to explore the possibility of a broader Venus-Comet association, to see where the available evidence leads. Guided by this intent, Forrest would have quickly found, for example, that Aztec association of earthquake activity with smoking stars belonged to the general mythology of the comet among the Aztecs. Thus, with respect to the comets portrayed in the Codex Vaticanus and Codex Tellerino-Remensis, the respected authority on Mexican astronomy, Anthony Aveni, writes, comets are represented frequently by surviving historical documents, usually by a stellar image on a blue background with emanating streams of smoke. These usually signify that a person of nobility will die. For example, one picture of the death of the ruler Tenochtitlan followed the apparition of a comet. Later, another comet occurs, then an earthquake, all of nature's events being connected in the Aztec cosmic view. As I hope to demonstrate fully in this series of articles, the connectedness of these images derives from a universal substratum of myth, appearance of a comet, death of a great ruler, quaking earth, not in Mexico alone, but in one ancient culture after another. The Skywatchers repeatedly placed these unusual themes in juxtaposition. Despite this crucial fact, no comet observed by science has ever justified the symbolic connection. But Forrest seems unaware that the language employed in astrological texts and omens is drawn from ancient mythical images. Following his methodological ground rules, therefore, no records of portents in the sky recorded in the last 3 millennia would be of any relevance to Velikovsky's argument, even when repeatedly attached explicit cometary images to Venus. With respect to the image of the planet Venus as the smoking star in the Codex Telleriano-Remensis, Aveni offers his own attempt at an explanation. Perhaps a cometary object appeared near the planet. Of course, Forrest could just as easily have cited this guess, then dropped the whole issue. But is there something more worth investigating here? Throughout the Americas, including Mexico, natives called a comet the star with hair, or long-haired star, or main star, an appellation that fits comfortably with the global language of the comet. In fact, the long-haired star is the single most common phrase for the comet around the world, and our own word for comet comes from the Greek kametes, the long-haired star. Yucatec Maya dictionaries give a gloss for smoke star or main star. Curiously, the Aztecs used this very language for Venus. As noted by Velikovsky, they called the planet Zantemoc, meaning the main star, or long-haired star, and not the Aztecs alone. For one finds among the Maya the same enigmatic association of planet Venus with long flowing hair. A commonly observed Maya hieroglyph is the Kaban curl, a flowing tassel or lock of hair repeatedly attached to acknowledged Venus systems, including the glyph name of Venus itself. To encounter the long flowing locks of Venus, one need only consult available sources. Turn to the Incan language of Venus, for example. I can remember in the first few days of investigating images of Venus, looking through a standard summary of Incan mythology and encountering the name of Venus as Chaska, translated as long-haired star, the precise phrase for the comet in the global lexicon. It was instances such as this that continued to fuel my own interest in learning more. According to William Prescott, Venus was known to the Peruvians by the name of Chaska, or youth with long curling locks. Burr Cartwright Brundage tells us that among the Inca, Venus was the radiant star with flowing hair, the morning star, Chaska, the disheveled one, dispensed stories of freshness and loveliness upon flowers, princesses and virgins below. She was the deity of the rosy cloud rack of morning, and when she shook out her long hair, she scattered the dew upon the earth. The point here is that Forrest's explanation of the Aztec Venus smoking star association fails to acknowledge converging lines of evidence. Aztec comet as smoking star, Aztec Venus as smoking star, Aztec and Mayan long-haired star as comet, Aztec Venus as long-haired star, Mayan Venus with or as flowing lock or tassel, Incan Venus as long-haired star. Hence, the methodological issue is placed in sharp relief. Here is another way of looking at the issue logically. Around the world, there are only a small number of pre-astronomical hieroglyphs for the comet. You could, in fact, count the primary glyphs on the fingers of one hand. Heart, soul of a deceased god king or great leader rising in the sky. Long-haired star, star with flowing locks, mane, tresses, disheveled hair, beard, hairy tail. Torch star, ember, flame, smoke, smoking star, train of fire, spark or train of sparks. Celestial feather, winged star, soul bird, bright feathers, feathered headdress, shining bird's tail, cosmic serpent, dragon, or similar monster. The remaining general hieroglyphs for the comet could be counted on the fingers of your second hand. They include a sword, a bundle of grass or straw, whisk broom, or a spiraled rope, cord, tie, or knot. At what point, then, does a coincidence or seemingly irrational use of language, comet words or glyphs attached to Venus, become an anomaly worth pursuing? Forrest not only sidesteps the implications of parallel cometry, images of Venus in other lands, he ignores the convergence of such images in Mexico. As the methodology, the approach is disastrous because there is much, much more. And next we have Quetzalcoatl. In the popular Aztec myth of Quetzalcoatl, the Venus comet anomaly grows by leaps and bounds, and in this case, the completeness of the commentary motifs leaves no room for ad hoc explanations. Whether remembered by the Aztecs as a former great king and founder of the Golden Age, or a former sun god ruling a primordial epoch, Quetzalcoatl was a cultural hero without equal in the Aztec pantheon. His continuance adorning temple walls and the stucco bases of pyramids, painted on countless frescoes and codices, and engraved on sarcophagi and monoliths strewn across Mexico. The climatic event in the Quetzalcoatl myth is the god's catastrophic death
and transformation in an overwhelming disaster, an event endlessly repeated in sacrificial rites, and supplying the cornerstone of Aztec calendar rituals and astronomical symbolism. In a pervasive version of the myth, at the death of Quetzalcoatl, the god's heart and soul, the god's heart or soul rose in the sky as a great spark or ember, trailing smoke and fire. A star whose fiery train the Aztecs portrayed as the streaming tail of the Quetzalbird. Was this flaming star a comet? One notes that the Quiche Maya called the comet Uji Chumao, tail of the star, and the Aztec artists often draw comets as stars with quetzaltails, the bright and luminous plumes of the Quetzal, providing a particularly well-suited hieroglyph for a comet. The symbolism accords well with that of other peoples. The Pawnee gave to the comet the name Paracas Kuka, feathered headdress, an appellation that proves telling. See later discussion of the plumed headdress in our next installment. In Africa, the streaming comet's tail was identified as the feathers of the nightjar, and the natives say of a comet, it is wearing streaming feathers. Astronomer Carl Sagan, or as well would say Carl Sagan, in his review of worldwide comet motifs, notes that comets are called tail stars, and stars with long feathers. Germanic races called a comet the peacock's tail, while in China a comet was seen as both a peacock's tail and a pheasant's tail. Isn't it amazing how it seems like everything that we know comes from Saturn Theory? It's just embarrassingly rich with evidence. That Quetzalcoatl's flaming or plumed heart soul meant a comet-like star is substantiated by converging lines of evidence. Its cometary character, for example, would agree with a general tradition among the Aztecs that comets were the ascending souls of great chiefs. The Quetzalcoatl was the model of the good king, gives perfect sense to the symbolic motif. The Quetzalcoatl was also the prototype of the Aztec shaman. That is, he was the celestial figure whose biography provided the general myth and symbolism of the shaman. It is thus worth noting that in South American lore, the soul of a shaman was believed to depart in the form of a comet. Noteworthy is the fact that a comet appearing sometime prior to the conquest of the Aztecs by Cortez was reckoned as a positive sign that Quetzalcoatl would eventually return to Mexico. To suggest that the heart and soul of Quetzalcoatl rose as a comet is simply to place the Aztec symbolism alongside a universal tradition. Cultures around the world proclaim the comet to be the soul of a dying king. Thus, we have listed this significant theme as number one in our short list of comet symbols above. But there is a problem here. While several variations on the story of Quetzalcoatl's death may have been preserved, one of the central elements is the identification of the heart soul as the planet Venus. Burr Cartwright Brundage gives this summary. The god's heart, like a great spark, flies up to become new and splendid divinity, the morning star. Thus, a narrative source declares, then the heart of Quetzalcoatl rose into the heaven, and according to the elders, was transformed into the morning star, and Quetzalcoatl was called the Lord of Dawn. We shall have more to say about this transformation. The fact at hand is that in their myths and rites, the Aztecs say the separated heart soul of Quetzalcoatl, following a period of darkened sky and upheaval, rose as the planet Venus. If the story has roots in any celestial occurrence, as explicitly claimed in the myths, the death of Quetzalcoatl must have accompanied something of an unprecedented scale. For no mythical historical event left a deeper impression on the Aztec thought and culture. Upon this traumatic episode, the Aztecs evolved their collective sense of cyclical time, including a calendar of world ages. The death of Quetzalcoatl, the onset of celestial confusion, and the transformation of his heart-soul into the planet Venus meant nothing less than the end of one world age and the beginning of another. Davy Talbot. Well, Grouch, I guess it's time for us to say goodnight, buddy.
Yes, got today, Greg.
Yeah. It was another successful night out, I think. What's this? Let me see, what is this right here?
Also that my work will find quite an opposition.
All right.
But I did not
All right, Longer.
know the extent of this opposition and the violence.
Let's do it.
The time has
Say
creative
we.
power. The very fact that you came today to take those pictures and the mail of today and of yesterday proved even in science falsehood cannot live for too long.
The worship of Mars, the body which periodically, once in 14 to 16 years, approached the orbit of the Earth, must have been of considerable mass, for it was able to. We'll do it next time. I'm running out of gas. Good night, folks. I'm going to play a song or two to go out on. It was a blast. St. Pauli girl, you never came in and said hello. It's okay.
1,000-pound weight hanging from your neck. The only thing you do is never let her see you sweat. Then again, maybe I'm going about all wrong, 'cause that's when you just try harder. Smell the flower. The part of you doesn't live here anymore. Living short years disguised in long hours. Think it's time to start living for today. Smell the flowers. That part of you is
What is channeling? Every day my inner voice gets a little louder and a little clearer. Affirmation.
Well, the night is closing in. Shadows begin to fall. I'm thinking again. The more I learn, the less I know. White is black, black is snow. Yeah, I feel like a fool. Everyone will accuse you what they do. Try to creep to your knees. Shotgun society, playing with the sword of damn police. Shotgun society, yeah. They will destroy you with a smile. They're all batshit crazy all the while. With a single hand clapping, there's always two sides to hear. Behind your back they're stabbing, manipulated with crocodile tears. Insanity of normalcy, shotgun society, playing with the sword of damn. Shotgun society, yeah. Ooh, yeah. I can see now, said the blind man.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all on bubble. When you have to shoot, don't talk.
Insanity of normalcy. The world has no morality. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Oh no. Or make him think. Shotgun society. I'm gonna die. Hey, we got Kiss in the house. Yeah! We're gonna do a little tribute to Kiss.
You know, and Kiss never looked better in their frickin' life, I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you.
Kiss is in the house.
It's so much better when a girl sticks out her tongue than a guy, I'll tell you that right now. Oh, we're gonna give it a shot. We don't really know this song, but you guys have inspired us. You pumped something up inside, and we just want to frickin' try this song one time. So, Bull Gin! short claws, yeah.